One of you, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you. Today is Sunday, 17th, 18th, Sunday story, 17th December 2023. We have Mr. Peter Obi that are going to be speaking to all Nigerians across the world, right from Parrot Fat. So we're going to start listening to this right away.
Let us know that you can listen to us and you can hear us. Please unmute and speak, sir.
Hello, can you hear me?
Perfectly, sir. Good evening. How are you doing today,
Okay.
sir?
Okay, you're hearing me. Well, good evening, everybody. Let me very respectfully welcome the wonderful ladies that are co-hosting today, Pers, Bolanle, Ariwachik, and Gloria. Most sincerely, thank all of you for being part of this. And for all that are participating, I will say thank you and welcome. I can't wait to have this interactive section with everybody where we'll honestly discuss about various issues affecting us. But thank you. First, I have to apologize that it's been a while that we haven't been able to talk because there were a number of issues here and there. But as we go along, you will get to understand why this delay and how we will get on doing it as we go on in the future. But thank you. Let me allow the program to go on.
Very much, Your Excellency. It's a great pleasure to have you here today. So, ladies and gentlemen, days ago we made a request for people to post their questions they would like to ask His Excellency here today. And from those questions, we're able to glean and curate some which we will be asking here today. I and my co-host will take turns asking some of those questions while also taking a few more live from the timeline, after which we'll open the floor for people to ask their questions live. So let's set the ball rolling. Your Excellency, my first question is, how will electoral and judicial reforms be pushed through in light of Labour Party's presence in the National Assembly? And what is Labour Party's legislative agenda? And what is your own role in monitoring this? Thank you.
Oh, this one is a tough one. Well, let me thank you for your question. Today is not just Labour Party, but every Nigerian is talking about issue of change with regards to the area where you mentioned. What is Labour Party agenda, legislative agenda? Quite frankly, all I can say is that I'm beginning to talk with the legislators who are from Labour Party to discuss and agree on areas, what we need to do to ensure that this our democracy is sustainable in terms of doing the right things, making sure that we always stand on the path of right things. But as you know, it is a bit difficult considering that Labour is just in the Senate, it's just about 7 of them. In the lower house, there's just about 30 something, considering the number of the ruling party and the main opposition party. However, I believe that now they're through with all their court cases and everything. We will be talking more to see how we can stand on what is most important and beneficial to Nigerians, to the people. And that has been my preaching to them. And in our last 2 meetings, I believe it went very well. Even when it is difficult, but it's going on, we're going in the right direction. And I believe it will continue to push. Labour will be able to have their own legislative agenda that will be for the benefit of people. On the electoral reforms, like I said, most Nigerians have been seeing now that whatever we have been able to achieve with the last reforms did not in any way impact on the election, because it's as if all those achievements were thrown away with all that happened with the elections. I assure you, we're not just only us on that one, most Nigerians are.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Excellency, for that very wonderful response. So
I think there's some connectivity issue. Can you hear us, Ms. Pearls? Okay. Maybe Mrs. Bolanle, can you go ahead with your question, please?
Yeah, sure. Your Excellency, I know as per your traditions during this time of the year, you're probably getting ready to spend time at one of the many IDP camps in our country. What should be done to resettle our fellow Nigerians who have been stuck in these camps with no government support and no plans to better their situation?
Well, quite frankly, it's a very regrettable position that Nigerians should live in a refugee camp in their own country when we're not at war. It is very, very regrettable. And I said it when we were campaigning. If we had opportunity, we would have aggressively tried to resettle them. We would have aggressively tried to care more about them and everything. Because when I visited most of them last year, all they wanted to hear is that they will go back to their community. That is the most important thing to them. And I think this is where government should concentrate. And that is why I've been on the forefront of criticizing government priorities. Because our priority today should be how to care for those that are suffering. Those in IDP camp, the poor ones who don't know where the next meal will come from. That should be our concentration today, not on trying to see that those who are already living well are even getting more when millions of people don't know where the next meal will come from. So for me, it is to continue to push through the various agencies of government by advocacy that these people needs to go back. Luckily, somebody like Ireti, who went with me to 2 camps last year, is not a senator. So she will continue to push, we'll discuss all this. This is time you and I have opportunity to talk about this people. So that's what we should be doing.
okay, thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your response. I'll pass the mic over now to Arewachik for her question.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Bells. And my question today is the FCT minister said that contract for VP's house was awarded in 2010 by President Jonathan's government at the cost of 7 billion naira, and the project was abandoned. That the present government only want to continue to complete the project at revalued cost of 15 billion naira. What is your take on this, and in reference to, let's make reference to especially the budget that was put out there for newspapers for different government parastatals. What's your take, sir? Thank you.
Well, that issue of the VP's house has been one in which I've been called names by people by the VP himself and by the minister that I'm talking nonsense because I criticized it and I remain totally where on my stand that it is not a priority. It is totally not a priority. You see, I agree it was awarded in 2009, 2010 by Jonathan's government. But what makes a responsible government is that at the time you assume office, you should be able to listen to the people. Governance should be demand-driven. Listen to the people, look at the needs of the people, prioritize the needs of the people. In this prioritization, you may have to abandon what has already been started, looking at the priorities that you need to tackle as quickly as possible. In 2009, 2010, when that project was started, things were not as bad as it is today. If you recall, let me give you an example. In 2009, 2010, a bag of rice is 7,000, 7,500. Today is 60,000. So you have it 8 times worse. And remember, people's salary have not changed. It's a similar salary within this period. And then you have a situation where they have had 8 times increase just using bag of rice. A loaf of bread in 2009, 2010 is between 100 to 150 naira. Today, a loaf of bread for 400 gram is 1,000 naira. So you could see the change. Transport, if you're going from, say, Lagos to Abuja or Onitsha, where I live, to Abuja, in 2010, 2010, you're going to be paying about 10,000. Today, you're talking about 20 something. So everything, if you're those who can afford to fly, it was 15,000 then. Now it's 100 and something thousand. So things have changed drastically. In 2009, I bought buses. Some buses that I gave, innocent buses that just in 2010, I bought them about 5 million naira. Today, those buses are selling for to something, 50 million naira. So this has changed drastically. We have less than 70 million Nigerians living in poverty in 2009, 2010. Today, Nigerians that live under poverty, World Bank I just reported a few days ago, is 104. Multidimensional poverty have increased about 140 something. I can go on and on. You can't compare that time and today. Things has gotten worse. There's critical areas. Our inflation have moved from a single digit to now we're almost hitting 30 something because prices of food have gone up drastically. Unemployment in 2009 was about between 10-12%. Today, you have unemployment hitting almost 40. You can see the situation you find yourself. Our GDP per capita have collapsed. Comparably in 2009, 2010, we are at par with countries like Vietnam, even Indonesia, Bangladesh was below us, Philippines. But today they've also passed us. Things has gotten worse. So you have to look at your priority, reorganize your priority. You don't go and start doing things that you used to do when you had privilege of eating a buffet, when you have very tiny money to just buy yourself a very basic a la carte. So you go for it. We cannot be talking about building a new house now for somebody who already have a house or renovating a house, like it's in various budgets where we're renovating houses, not even in Abuja, in Lagos, in this and that and that. You don't need that. If a president or vice president of Nigeria visits Enugu, Lagos, anywhere, for God's sake, if there's no place for him, he will stay in a hotel. When President Obama travels President Biden travels from Washington to New York, he stays in a hotel. If he travels to Washington, to LA, Los Angeles, he stays in a hotel. If he goes to Atlanta, he stays in a hotel. We must not have building everywhere. After how many times do they go there? So if they go there, if they don't see any place to stay, they stay in a hotel for a few days. All these billions we have now should be invested in critical areas of development, which is number one, health, number two, education, number three, pulling people out of poverty. Imagine what 15 billion naira can do to improve our primary health care. Imagine what 15 billion naira can do if you give it to National Hospital to invest in their equipment. Imagine what you would do if you share it to major teaching hospitals of Zaria, Ibadan, Enugu, all. So there's so many things we can use it to do that is important now. Imagine what it can do in our area of education, basic education. Imagine what you can do if you decide to use it to pull people out of poverty by investing it in SMEs. There's so much you can achieve with that. And that is why I said, no, not now. We don't need it now. We can use this for something else that will go a long way in helping the nation. That is my understand by it. You should reprioritize it. I have been in that situation. When I became governor of Anambra State, go ask anybody. We have a big, I think Governor Soludo is trying to complete it now. We have a major project which is supposed to be governor's lodge, government office, everything. When they brought it to me, I said, listen, we can't embark on this for now. We have critical things to do. I recall telling somebody, because within 1 month I became governor, Nigerian Legal Council shut down our faculty of law in our state university. And I recall telling somebody, look at it now, our faculty of law is shut down, and you're talking about going to continue building that lodge. That since there's none available, I'm going to renovate what is there presently, renovate the office that is there presently, and go ahead aggressively and see that all these facilities are there. I built that faculty of law, which again will require improvements as time go on. I built it under 1 year just to make sure that those students were not thrown out of school. And there's so many other things that was happening then that we needed to do. We needed to do some critical things, including opening up rural areas so farmers can sell their goods at a better price and everything. Than going to talk about accommodation, renovation, and buying vehicles. So that's what my criticism. And there's so many other items like that in the budget, which, like I said, I'm taking the budget one after the other.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Excellency. Before we proceed, I would like to appeal to everyone here. Please do well to share this space on your various social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, everywhere you belong. Do well to share this space. The more, the merrier. Let's get more people in here. So I'll pass the mic over now to Gloria to ask her question.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pearls, and thank you, Your Excellency, for addressing the elephant in the room. We all know about the drastic changes in the economy. It's no secret that Nigeria is currently grappling with a series of unprecedented economic challenges. Now, some experts have even stated and claimed that Nigeria is on the brink of bankruptcy. If you were in the position of the president, what strategies would you have implemented to navigate these difficulties, Your Excellency?
Well, even the present government said they inherited bankruptcy. So it's not just some experts. Everybody have agreed that we're bankrupt, and everybody knows we're bankrupt. If you're going to use almost 100% of your revenue to service debts, what else you need to know that you're bankrupt? First is that a bankrupt person has to behave like a bankrupt person. And the first thing you do is to cut your cost. You cut your cost. You do things that shows responsibility of going through difficulty. The way we're going today is not the way somebody who is bankrupt or near bankrupt should be going. I've said it repeatedly. The cost of governance in Nigeria is criminal. There's too much waste. Those wastes have to be cut off. And you've seen me complaining it, whether it's going to United Nations or going to COP in Dubai or doing this. All these things people think is it. I'm saying this because I practice it at a lower level, subnational level, where you have difficulties that you have to manage your resources more efficiently. Ensure that you invest more in productive area in order to be able to manage your situation. Today we're borrowing money. A country in 2007, when President Obasanjo became president in 1999, Nigeria was owing about $29 billion. By the time he left, we were down to below $2 billion. Today, our dollar debt is about 47 billion. And then we have, by the time you add the local currency, we now have almost 100 billion debts in our hand. And we're borrowing more. And you're borrowing this money. The reason why all this borrowed money is not giving us problem is because we didn't invest it. We didn't put it into critical development areas. It was for consumption. So for me, the first thing to do is to apply the brakes on this consumption completely and focus on ensuring that all borrowed money are used in critical areas of development that is productive, that will impact on growth. Because that's the only way you can start turning things around in order to be able to generate more revenue, service these debts, reduce it, and everything. So for me, first is that we have to cut aggressively cost of governance.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Excellency. Gloria, can we have one more question from the timeline?
Absolutely. Now, prior to the 2023 elections, we know there was an unprecedented surge of adrenaline among the youth in Nigeria and even throughout Africa. And this marks a significant impact on the political landscape. However, post-elections, there's been a noticeable shift towards voter apathy, despondency, and disillusionment. And this brings me to a question from somebody in the audience at Lord Tyrion 4. He's asking, dear Peter Obi, how are you going to revive and sustain the interest of first-time young voters in the electoral process given the last elections? What do you expect obedience to do? Are you setting up a system to sustain and build momentum?
Thank you very much. What I'm doing, let me just say it. I wish this is something where I'm speaking to them in video and everybody can see me. And it's just to say to them, I'm kneeling down and begging you, don't get disillusioned. That's what they want to achieve. What they want to achieve is that we get disillusioned and walk away, and they'll be happy. We will continue with what we're able to achieve. In no time, we'll dismantle this criminality. We will be worse off for it. The monies your country is borrowing today, you are the one going to pay it. Most of us who are borrowing it are in their 70s and 80s. If you look at bonds Nigeria is issuing, there are bonds that will be payable 2046, 2048, 2050, 2060 something. None of us will be there. So this is a time from what we have achieved. This is time for us to stay together, sacrifice more. If I tell you personally what I go through, you will say to me, why do you want to continue this? Every single day, I'm going through one form of harassment, intimidation, everything. But I say to anybody who cares, no, there's no way we can abandon this. We must, for the sake of you, the young ones, for the sake of our children, for the sake of humanity, please, I'm kneeling down and begging you, we will stay together until we dismantle this criminality. Nigeria can be one of the greatest countries on the surface of the earth, just like it's all over Africa. But you cannot continue with the leadership we found ourselves today, where people do not care. There's no other country where you have over 50% of its population living in poverty and its leaders are still behaving as if things are normal. We're in a crisis situation. So do not walk away. Let's stay together. Of course, for me, be rest assured, I'm committed to it, and I will be moving around. We've started talking now. I said that beginning next year, we'll move around, say thank you to people, find people where they are, be able to say thank you, and be able to encourage them. I know the journey is difficult. I know that we are starved. I know that we're everything, but please, let's continue.
Thank you very much, Your
Thank
Excellency.
you very much, Your Excellency. So, guys, before we proceed, I would like to make an appeal again. Please and please and please, we have almost 7,000 people here, over 6,000 people actually. Please do well to retweet this space right now. Let's get more people in here. Retweet, and retweet this space, and share the link to other social media platforms you belong. Thank you, guys. Please retweet the space. Your Excellency, thank you very much for all your wonderful response to the questions. My next question has to do with labor. So how do you intend to reform Labour Party? Because right now it just feels like Labour is like every other political party. So people feel like the old order needs to be dismantled and a reform needs to take place. So how do you intend to do this? Thank you.
Well, let me tell you an issue of labor. You know, Labour Party are not directly in control or running Labour Party. I'm just a member of Labour Party like every other person is. Like every other person is. Like every other person is. I'm just a member of Labour Party. I'm not running Labour. I'm not the chairman. I'm not a member of a national working committee. So I don't even have a vote within Labour Party. I've seen people who said Labour Party that if Peter Obi cannot manage Labour Party, how can he manage Nigeria? And I said to them, I'm not in charge of Labour Party. I'm not the chairman of Labour Party. I'm just a member. It has nothing to do with issue of my office. If I'm the president of Nigeria or governor, or like when I became governor, I was in charge. I was able to say, these are my commissioners, these are the things that I want to do. And I went on and did them. In Labour Party, I don't have that type of power. Everything that happens in Labour Party is done by the managers of Labour, which includes the chairman and his team. But let me tell you, and I'm appealing to people, Labour Party is not our problem. I have passed through party. When I joined APGA, when I was governor, nobody knew anything about APGA. It was just a small party. When we were in court, we had a problem. People were saying the same thing. If P2B cannot deal with APGA, how can he manage? If he cannot unite people in APGA who are quarreling, if he cannot solve it, how is he going to govern Anambra State? When I became governor, it was a totally different show. APGA was not the problem. It became Peter Obi. For example, if today I was in government, Labour will not tell me how to cut costs. They will not tell me, they will not say, oh, we're going to pursue this policy in education. They will say no. If I say we're going to do this to put people out, they're not going to say no. So these are the responsibility that would have been able to be achieved if I succeeded. If Labour would not stop it, APGA did not stop me from investing, returning school to the original owner. They didn't stop me from doing what I did, cutting costs of governance, saying that nobody should travel with me, nobody should do this. We're not going to buy a bulletproof car. We're not going to. APGA was not involved. So it is same thing that would have been happening if I decide to travel to to go to, say, United Nations conference with 5 people. Labour is not going to say no. If I decide to go to COP in Dubai with 5 people, Labour is not going to say no. So when people mix up these two things, Labour was a vehicle we all belong. It is an ongoing thing. It is good to reform it, and that is being preached every day. To understand, that this is Labour is not a new party we formed. It is a party that has been there for years with its own distance, and you cannot remove it that it has some similarity with the existing ones. Yes, it is. But if we have succeeded, you would have seen different things. Change comes from a little number of people. If you look at when we are campaigning, you could see faces that are not traditionally partisan, the likes of Atedo side, the likes of Pastor Tommy, Aisha Yusuf, all these people. So it was like bringing people who have like minds and saying, if we succeed, we would have been reforming country, reforming labor, reforming everything. But like it is an ongoing process. But I don't want a situation where people think, oh, that we must fix labor now in order to get to where we're going. It is all the same ongoing process where it is people, a lot of people who supported us, who obedient, who believed in what we're doing, we're not members of labor. We're just trying to attract them to enter labor. And again, if all of us enter Labour Party and everything, we'll be able to again change that situation. I've seen people say, oh, Labour is not winning local elections, and because it's not winning local elections, how is he going to win national one? How is he going to do this? Let me be honest with you. I've urged people to vote the best candidates in any party where they are, to best the best candidate. And I've always said Labour management, NWC, you must try to have the best candidates in your primary. I, Peter, cannot control it. If we go to, say, Anambra State, where I am from, to choose who will be our gubernatorial candidate, I have only one vote. I cannot say he will be this person or this person. If we go to Nasarawa State, I don't even have a vote. So you can only talk to people, say, let's elect the best candidate. But that does not in any way say that because we don't have a good candidate, say, in Nasarawa or in Sokoto and everything, that Peter Obi will not be able to do the right thing as president, or people should not vote for him. The purpose of the idea of democracy, like it happens in every other country, is that for every election, you look at who is the best candidate for the election, and you vote for the person. When I was governor of Anambra State, I governed with 30 members of House of Assembly that were not from my party. Local government people, when I started, were not from my party. Eventually, they became, because I now they became appointees. But when they were there, when I came, they were not from my party. But I worked with them. The House of Assembly people, I worked with them. And I achieved the results we achieved. And the same thing, if I have 36 governors today who are not from Labour, and I'm the president, I can tell you, I wouldn't even notice them. The programs will unleash. They will be working hard to join. Because by the time they see, the people see what we're doing, which I continue to say, they will join. That's what happened in Anambra State. The House of Assembly people joined when they saw, initially, there was a few disagreements, which even led to my impeachment. But when they saw what I was doing, everybody, in fact, they became my apostles. If you ask them, I recall one of the prominent PDP governors asking PDP speaker and everything. I said, how come 30 of you will always agree with Peter? He said, until you come near and see what this man is doing, you cannot but just agree with him. So it is the same thing that is happening here. I'm saying let us remain focused on our goal, which is to ensure that the right leadership and the right things are done in our country, Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. So, guys, before we proceed, I'm going to appeal again. Let's keep retweeting this space and sharing as much as possible to other social media platforms you belong. Also, remember to ask your questions using the hashtag Peter Obi Unparalleled Facts. Only questions asked using this hashtag will be asked. Only questions posted using this hashtag will be asked here. Moving on, I'll pass the mic over to Ms. Bolanley for her question.
Your Excellency, thank you so much. I'm enjoying your answers. This question I'm going to ask is around the COP 2023 agenda. Right. So, bearing in mind that Nigeria has not experienced the industrialization seen in the West, and knowing that our economy is driven by cottage industry and SMEs, is the push towards a zero carbon future by the West to the detriment of economies like ours?
Well, I've answered a lot when I was campaigning and said all this will be negotiated based on our need and our development. We can't just go along with the West that have had an development that we have not achieved, that have put their people out of poverty, that are below 5% unemployment, when we know that the resources or the avenues we need to do that still needs to be developed and will not be achieved if we go along with the agreement. But that needs to be something that we must bring to the table for people to see what we're doing. China and all this wasn't going along with them before. Today, they are doing very well and are beginning to be part of it because they could see the impact it's having on their own environment. We haven't reached there. We need to do something more. So for me, it would be something we need to be negotiating as we go along to be able to suit us, to be able to fight and improve our situation, which is non-critical. We cannot talk about people are hungry, people need food, people need job, people need this. All this, as we do that, we'll be able to say, well, listen, we agree with what you're saying, but we need to do this in order to get this. We need to do this while managing what will still make our own environment and the global environment better. We have to also be able to do the things that will make us exist.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Please, guys, again, I'm going to appeal. We have over 7,000 people here, which is great. The number here is very great, but unfortunately, we have less than 1,000 retweets. That's not fair. So please do well to retweet this space, retweet as much as possible. Thank you very much. So I'll pass the mic over now to Gloria for her question.
Thank you very, very much, Miss Pearls. And yes, please, guys, let's retweet the space. Let's share. Let's not keep this space to ourselves. Come on now, let everybody know that Peter Obi is here with us. It's not every day we get this honor. Your Excellency, we know you're extremely popular. I'm talking global level popular. Yet there have been misconceptions about you and your political platform. For instance, considerable discussion regarding your financial dealings have come up, specifically allegations that you invested Anambra dollars in Fidelity Bank and even in your brewery. There have been allegations that you profited from these investments. Could you please clarify these claims and provide your perspective on this matter?
Okay, thank you very much. Two things. One is that first is that no Nigerian, today we're talking about debt in Nigeria. No Nigerian governor ever that I know, maybe there is, that have been able to save $1. $1. Nigeria itself, you heard what the international financial institutions have said about our reserve. That our reserve doesn't even exist. and we're owing $47 billion today. So I want us to start from that premises. And there was no law that compelled Peter Obi to save. No law. In fact, if you go and read my 3 points why I was impeached within 6 months of being in government, it was about all the things I'm talking today. And it is important that I always repeat it for people to know. I was impeached for 3 items and thrown out of office. Item number 1 was my own office. There's an approved budget when I won the case in court against Dr. Chris Ngige to become governor. There was an approved budget to refurbish my office at the cost of 298 million. I did everything with 43,200,000. That was item number 1, why I was impeached. Item number 2 was, again, rebuilding, refurbishing of the governor's lodge. These 2 office and lodge were burnt because there was an issue, disagreement between Dr. Chris Ngige and some other groups, and they burned these 2 offices. So there was no governor's office, there was no governor's lodge there. I became governor. So, but there was a budgetary approved budget to renovate, to rebuild, renovate the office and the lodge. That of the lodge was 486 million. 486 million. I did everything with 81 million. That was number 2 item why I was impeached. Number 3 item was that because I was saving money. I had gone to the House of Assembly and said, there's no way we'll consume whatever we get from statutory allocation. That this money being given to us comes from a diminishing asset called oil. And it is meant, this money is not meant for us, it's also meant for future generation. So we should save some. So it is imperative that we save 5 to 10% of everything we were able to receive. And I can say that the day I left office, all money that I received, state, local government, and everything, was about 600, about between 550, 600 billion naira. And that I was able to save between 10 to 15% of this the day I left office. And as at that day, I was not owing salary, pension, gratuity, any contract that had been executed, any supply that had been delivered. I was not owing any. Nothing. In salary, I have 2 months' salary kept for the incoming governor. I decided to invest Anambra State money, this saving, in 3 areas: Naira, cash, dollar, and investment. So if you see where I said I left 75 billion naira, which was the equivalent of $500 million then, you see there's a 25 billion naira, there's $150 million, because as at that time, dollar was about 150, and there's 25 billion invested in different assets. For the naira component, which was where your question is, for the dollar component, which was where your question is, in the dollar component, we bought bonds. The bonds are specified with interest. For example, there wasn't, all of them was not invested in Fidelity Bank. And by the way, I do not own Fidelity Bank. Fidelity Bank is owned by, they have a total of 500 and something thousand shareholders. Because I passed through Fidelity Bank, owned their shares and was chairman, everybody said, it's your bank. No individual owns bank. So other people are involved. No bank in Nigeria that I know, maybe I'm wrong, that one single individual own more than 20%. Maybe there is. So I do not own Fidelity Bank. But that is by the way, that's a story for another day. I did not invest this money, $150 million in Fidelity Bank. Access Bank of Nigeria, I invested about $50 million. And they're all in bonds. Those bonds, their yield were clearly indicated. Nobody, not me, not anybody, can benefit from those bonds because their yield are clearly indicated. The next bank is Diamond Bank. Diamond Bank, again, the yield is indicated. It's about 7% or so. It's clear. It's documented. If you want, give me your details. I'll fax you the documents. You will see the yield are there. So it's not something, it's an open thing. Number 3 is Fidelity Bank. Again, in each of these is $50 million. And we have a law backing it, calling it Future Generation Fund. If those monies were kept today untouched, without adding one kobo, without adding $1 more, it would have been now about 270, call it between 270, 290, even up to $300,000. Imagine if Anambra State today had $300,000, $1 million. Imagine if they have today $280 to $300 million at almost 1,200 per dollar. They will be sitting on 360-something billion naira. No other state has such. The idea was that we were saving money. I recall listening and reading with joy that Soludo signed with Afro-Exim Bank for them to support Anambra State, which is going to be a loan with $200 million. I recorded it with joy. And I asked myself, imagine if they didn't touch the one I saved, and it's about $300 million now, and Anambra is able to get additional $200 million, combine it, it'll be $500 million, because our target is that if they continue to save at the rate we were saving, by year 2030, Anambra would have had about $1 billion. And I will use 50% of it to support SMEs and unleash SMEs drive for exports. That's what happened, whether from China to Indonesia to Vietnam. It was a clear study when we started saving it. And we know where we're going. But that is the story for another day. So, my dear, I did not in any way benefit from it. I saved the money. you know. And let me tell you what I usually tell people when they were accusing me of that I saved the dollar and took the interest, and I said to them, I wish every leader in Nigeria since 1960 actually saved the capital and took the interest. The amount of money we would have had today, we wouldn't know what to do with it. Nigeria would have been sitting on trillions of dollars if people had actually taken the interest and saved the person. But Nigeria is a place that, because it's a criminalized entity, when you do what other people are not doing, what they will be doing every day is to make sure that even that good you did is rubbish. Why will you do it? So instead of celebrating the fact that Peter Obi did not borrow money, Peter Obi did not do this, remember, they now tell you, oh, he didn't do anything. But I said, but I was number one in MDG. I was number one in education. I won the Gay Prize in health. I was number one in this. I was this and everything. So look at what we were doing. I won certificate for building the best rural roads, which improved the farmers to bring this in. And if you come to the same Anambra State, you will see it and you ask the people, they will tell you. Which is why in an election like it was last time, I can get 96%. Go to every school now, they will tell you wherever I pass. I was in a school in Imo State just on Thursday morning. The principal of that school told me, he said, I was in Mercy Girls in Umuoji when you visited us and gave us bus. And told the people that I visited their school at least 3 times. Mercy Girls was not a public school. It was a school owned by the Reverend Sisters. Yes, he said I visited 3 times and gave them bus and computer. That's what I was doing in every school. But they will tell you, oh, Peter Obi did this. Oh, Peter Obi. But that money that I saved is there. Who else did so? Nobody. But they will gang up and say, oh, he profited in it, he invested it in brewery. In brewery, let me clarify it to you. The brewery today is owned by the biggest, the world biggest brewer. They own about 90-something% of the brewery. The entire entity put in Nigeria, which includes River State government, Anambra State government, I think Osun State, don't even own up to, put together, don't even own up to 6%. So how could it have been my brewery? So when people talk, because we're busy attracting this, we had as a policy when I was in government, anybody that wants to come to Anambra State, any foreign entity, we will take 10% of his company as investment to support them, we will help them to build road to their facility. Today, that facility, in terms of tax, is number one in Anambra State. Nobody's talking about it. Nobody's talking about those who are doing distribution, those who are making a living from it. It is to say, oh, it belongs to Peter Obi. I can tell you, you can go and verify if in any way in the past, I left office 2014. Let me say in the past 5 years, maybe when I was this is what from 2019, 18, 21, 22, 23, where there's any way that bill will pay Peter Obi 1 naira. 2019, 22, 2020, 20, so you can go on and see it. So the people will say, oh, Peter Obi did this, Peter Obi did that. Because they is a gang up of criminals. How do we stop this one person who is trying to preach and do the right thing. And that's why I'm asking people to stay on. We can solve this problem. We can make these people place better. So I did not benefit from the dollar investment. I didn't take the interest. I left it for future generation. That was why I needed to explain this to you, because it would be as if everybody saved and my own was different. No, nobody saved $1. So it should be celebrated that how can this man save $150 million? And my state was not one of the big states that were receiving this thing. We were the least in terms of receipts. States that receive more. Imagine what it would have been if the 36 states were able to keep the dollars that I kept, and today is 300 times 36. It would have been over $10 billion, and the states are not owing. Imagine what the country would have been today.
Okay.
You know? And like I keep saying, nobody, no human being, no thief sees what he can steal and leave it. No thief, not even in church. That's why if you go to church, even in Nigeria, they say, mind your phone, mind your bag. Because they know that even if the thief is in church, he will steal it. This is the money I can take and go away. But I left it. I left billions of naira and dollars. That dollar would have collected it, even if people start chasing me for it. If I spent 10% of it, I would have settled those people and kept 135. Even when I was going, they wanted to pass a law for me to take 10% of it. I told them it's public money. It should be left there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Excellency, for that response. I remember pre-elections, I had a Twitter space where I invited Commissioner of Finance who worked with you, Eze HAC, and he came and spoke extensively on this and also presented some documents to attest to most of these things you've said here today. Thank you very much, sir. So real quick, I'll pass the mic over to Arewachik for her question.
Thank you very much, Ms. Prowse. All right. Right now in Nigeria, we tend to have something very worrisome happening, and we can't but be left. We are kind of worried knowing that we have major corporations like GSK, Procter and Gamble, and Unilever. They've exited Nigeria. What are your thoughts on these developments, sir? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. You know, I've said it before that we must move from consumption to production. And that means you have to support businesses. Businesses thrive in a conducive, business-friendly environment. Businesses thrive in a conducive environment. Businesses thrive where there is disposable income, so people can buy their goods. My sister, 15 years ago, P&G, in their global body, took Nigeria as a country of strategic importance and built a world-class distribution facility in Abara. And for them to abandon it today takes a lot, because things have collapsed. When I answered about who was the person I was comparing 2009 till date, it was very simple. In 2009, 2008, when they took this, they saw a country that was growing at 6-7%. They say a country where things were getting stronger and better. Our debts were low. There were disposable income. The people who were able to buy items today from studies. I even read one for less than 2 million Nigerians can afford to purchase items of $10 every day. A country of 200 million people, only 1% can spend that amount. You saw, it's not only them, you saw a lot of companies, leaving. ShopRite left Nigeria and their profit increased. And they will tell you they're very happy that they left because they saw demand going down. Only few Nigerians now have disposable income to be able to buy anything because there's no living wage, there's no productivity, that is creating more labor so more people can have. So all this is what we need to look at. How do we start turning around the economy by making it more productive? You have to invest in security aggressively to be able to drive away hoodlums and bring back your farmers who will help to tackle food inflation, create more jobs. You need to support manufacturing activities by having policies that favor them and everything. You need to support export aggressively to be able to get more foreign exchange, stabilize your currency, have enough currency to be able to get manufacturers to get inputs, support the local manufacturers of inputs. So there's a lot that needs to, when I said you prioritize what you're going to do, we did that side, the companies, it is not going around trying to attract foreign investor. Nobody goes around to attract foreign investor. Foreign investor is like honey and bee. If you put honey, the bee will come. You don't need to look for the bee. The bee is looking for where there's honey. That's how foreign investor work. If you start doing the right things, in those days they were coming, nobody was looking for them. They were coming. And they did not get them from seminars. Seminars is good. But most importantly, is to be able to show foreign investors stay where there's rule of law. Is your biggest intangible asset. They don't stay where there's no rule of law. They don't stay where things are done rascally. They follow rule of law. It's an intangible asset that is driving those Western world you think people are going to. Those places people are going to. Where there's respect, where there's law and order, where there's security. If you look at what is happening in our country today, from elections to the law courts to everything is rascally. And nobody stays when you see things in such circumstance or environment because you don't know how it is going to affect you. That is what you're seeing. and it will continue. Even local companies are collapsing.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Excellency. So, on to the next question now. But before I go ahead, I would like to appeal again. Let's do well to keep retweeting this space. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, you said we are now the opposition. That's very interesting, but how does this really feel? And how can people from different areas, like the villages, rural areas, and people from the cities, how can they effectively play this part of being an opposition? Thank you.
Well, I think that's what we're doing now by interacting, by trying to bring on and taking notes of things you're complaining and everything, taking notes of your questions, taking notes of things. And well, it is when it comes to when you say in terms of being an opposition, those who supported us, those who are from the village, we're like their representative. We are like their representative. It is meant for us to be able to say, this is wrong, this is right, this is wrong. Before now, nobody, not that people don't talk, but there's nobody who, after election, that is consistent saying things are wrong. We should do this right. And that is why it is difficult. You will see that more and more people will probably say, oh, well, we can't continue with this struggle. Because for them, it does not get them to anywhere where they have to do this. Our politics have been transactional. So by now, P2B would have been settled, and he would start saying, well, let's wait till next 4 years, and then start singing, even join them in going to COP in Dubai and saying everything is going well, they're doing the right things, the VP needs the house in Abuja. That's how it happens. There's never been a situation where people say, well, listen, we are going to stay in opposition. We are going to do the right things. We're going to ask the right questions. And again, for government, that is why everybody's saying, this man, we must shut him down. We must find out what he's doing. So every day is one harassment or the other. Like I told somebody yesterday, I said, listen, I was talking to somebody yesterday, I said, listen, do not be surprised that in the coming weeks or months or anything, they will do anything rascally. They can even kill somebody, or they can even put you in a way where nobody will know where you are. But whatever happens, I'm in it, and I'll remain in it. And I'm sure that if anything happens to me, there will be so many other people who will take on and know that we must dismantle this criminality in order to move forward. What the villagers, we are their representative. It is left for us to do the right thing. It's left for us to do the right campaign, to say, these things you people are promising, these things you people are saying, where is he? Where are all the people who benefited from billions of money that were shared by previous government to SMEs, to transporters? After COVID, they told us they shared 10 billion, 20 billion to transporters. Where are the transporters who benefited? Can they come out and say they shared millions to SMEs, billions? Where are the SMEs? Where are all those farmers they gave money? Why will food not be cheaper today? These are issues we must, because whenever Peter say, where is this billions that we borrowed? People say, oh, they put it here, they put it there. Where is it? So we need to ask that question. as they're borrowing more. The only thing here today is borrow, borrow, borrow. Nobody's asking, this money we're borrowing, what is it going, what are we using it for? What is it impacting? So we are the opposition, and we must do what is right to ensure that we continue.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for that wonderful response. So real quick, I'll pass the mic over to Mrs. Bolanley for her question.
Your Excellency, I hope you're doing okay. And we're not bombarding you with questions.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine. That's what we need to do from time to time. And I think the women are now tougher than the men.
Okay, sir. Right. So my question is this. During the Senate President's birthday colloquium, right, he said that there was no way you could have won Lagos or Ebonyi State if not by rigging. Your Excellency, what are your thoughts on this? Thank you.
You know, I don't like joining issues with people. You know, and you know, the Senate President is an uncommon Senate President. Everything about him is uncommon. So I like doing things with common people, not uncommon people, because I'm not one of that. Because it shouldn't even be talking about birthday party in a country like this today. You saw what I put up an advert during my birthday that people should not come for anything and should not do drinks and do anything. Instead, whatever they have, they will give me or think about me. They should give it to the poor people around them. And that's what I've been doing. That's what I'm telling people. Even in this Christmas, I've told people I'm not celebrating Christmas. I'm not celebrating anything. And I didn't even buy cards. I'm going to send people WhatsApp message. Everything that I have to spend, I'm going to use it. I have about 6 nursing schools and hospitals that I intend to visit, because from my experience, I was in, listen, can you imagine that there's a bomb in Nigeria that killed over 80 people and several others injured, and they're in hospital. They're in hospital. That is less than 2 hours drive from Abuja. And we're celebrating. And nobody has visited those people. No senior member of government has been there. Not. If it happens in any other country, because of the circumstances, from the president, vice to top to Senate president, they will visit there. They will show remorse. It calls for not celebrating. I didn't go out yesterday because I lost somebody I consider a well-meaning Nigerian patriot, Ezife. And that's how it should be. We have students from Akwa Ibom, where the Senate president is, who are still held in captivity because they were going to do youth service. And they're kidnapped. Their parents are still looking for their children. They're still crying. And we celebrate. But like I said, my brother Babio is an uncommon person. And when a common person talks, common people keep quiet. I'm a common person. I respect his office. I respect him. I wish him well. You know, I won the election, not just in Lagos and Ebonyi. I won the election in Nigeria. If not because, again, it's an uncommon place. It's an uncommon country. And that's what you get. Uncommon people are there because they did uncommon things. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your responses. So right now, I'm going to pass the mic over to Gloria for her question.
Okay. Arewachik, have you gone yet? Let me just make sure I don't skip over you. Or maybe I. Okay.
No,
Okay.
I haven't.
Okay. Okay. Can she go first, and then I'll come after?
Sure, Arawachik, please go ahead.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Pearls. All right, this question was asked by someone, and the question says, the Labour Party lawmakers have faced some.
I'm not hearing you very well.
Okay, the Labour Party lawmakers have faced some criticism from people who feel that they could represent the obedient vision better. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, let me be honest with you. I've tried to bring this to the attention myself and say these are what people think you should be doing. I, Peter, have done that. And I'm sure with time they will improve. You know, let us not think somebody like those who were close to me when we were campaigning will always hear me say this. And I urge all of you. If as we're campaigning, as we're struggling today, if tomorrow we're lucky in the sense that God wants us to change the system, please don't think that when I go in there, you walk away and I'm going to do the magic. All of you will stay back and challenge and keep reminding me of this, what we are saying today. It is by that will go a long way. The things that I always say I achieved in Anambra State was possible because I had commissioners who were gadflies. I had women who were gadflies who always say, Peter, you said this. Even when I'm pushing to do it, they gave me the energy, the support to do it. So it is important. So we are on the gadfly trying to remind them, you label this, you label that, and everything. It is difficult. Maybe if I was there and quarreling with everybody, I'll get more supporters and they'll be able to do more. But today, well, I would say we'll just keep pushing them and saying, this is what people expect from you. This is what people expect from you. Hoping that it will be okay. But I share what people are talking. I listen to it. I communicate it to them. People are saying it openly. Mine is to keep reminding them that this is not what it is all about. This is not what we promised the people. They expected a change. And I think they're beginning to realize there's need to do things differently.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Excellency, for that response. So real quick, I'll pass the mic over to Gloria.
Thank you. I'm not hearing anything again.
Can you hear us now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. All right, so I just want to quickly address the room. Guys, please drop an emoji if you have retweeted this space. I'm looking at you. If you haven't retweeted this space, if I don't see an emoji on your name, I'm judging. Okay. Let me be nice. Please help us spread the word. We actually want this impact to go as far as possible. Okay, and please don't forget the hashtags. If you want to ask a question, I will be going into that shortly. The hashtag is AskPO a question. And you can also help us trend the hashtag Peter Obi on parallel facts. Again, that's Peter Obi on parallel facts. That's parallel facts with an S. Okay, so Your Excellency, I think I have a not so tough question, even though so far, I mean, I can tell there's no question too big for you to handle. But I want to ask you, sir, about the obedient movement. Now, some have said that the obedient movement did not just start. In fact, they will tell you that the NSARS movement, for instance, morphed into what we now know as the obedient movement. So it appears that the NSARS movement got reignited with your decision to run for presidency. Your Excellency, did you expect the obedient movement to take the form that it has taken? And also, just out of curiosity, is there anything that you would have done differently or you will do differently going forward?
Well, quite frankly, let me first thank the movement. I remain very, very grateful for what they're doing. You need to urge them to stay together. Do not see this as Peter, you're doing it for Peter Obi. No, you're doing it for yourselves. Peter Obi is just one figure who will happen to probably represent not in full what you wanted, but near it. So, since he's at the forefront of it, let's continue. And I assure you, I will never let you down. You never find me wanting. There's going to be, like I said in quotes, they're going to come out with all sorts of things to try to say this man is not who you thought he was. They're going to do also blackmail, even throw me into jail if they want to. They're going to do these else of things. But no, that I've never knowingly done anything wrong. They've investigated anything during my campaign. I've said it. Assigned lands everywhere. Go. Nobody who has been governor will say he never had one piece of land, directly or indirectly, from any government. Nobody could say it. I did not have one in Anambra State. Go in the entire Oka. If you see land belonging to Peter Obi, confiscate it. Nobody will tell you I have a law passed for pension and gratuity. I refuse to sign it. If I had signed it today, I would have had a beautiful house in Lagos, Abuja, and Oka. Since I left office, Anambra have not bought me a sachet of pure water. I'm not regretting all that. But they're going to come out with all sorts of things like they're telling you now, he saved dollar, benefited from it, when nobody actually saved $1. And I saved $150 million. When nobody saved $1. And I saved $150 million. Which in any other country, that would have given me the highest title available. If there's all highest award, it would have been a celebrated case. But it's not here. So they're going to do that. For me, it is about let us join hands, my dear people, and save this country for benefit of all of us. A billion movement where what I can call, like you said, it was from the answers, it was from the people in the villages and everything. Because if you look at it, you won't say that all those who voted for us, in some states we had 80-something%, all those people in Edo, Delta, Anambra, and Imo, all this. We are not Nasarawa, Plateau, all this. We are not Benue. We are not NSAS people. However, they all are people looking for a better space, a better thing. Jos, I grew up seeing Jos as a place where everybody wants to go to. I recall then when I was in the banking industry, as chairman, we're going to say, everybody say, let's go to retreat in Jos. I was telling people when I was in Kaduna 2 few days ago to see the people affected by the bomb. I showed somebody where I stayed in Kaduna for 2 weeks. Now before, for me as a trader, I booked a year to come to Kaduna Trade Fair. A year, I book hotel a year ahead of time to be able to attend Kaduna Trade Fair. I go to Kanu. I tell people that I used to come stay 1 week, 2 weeks in Kanu because I have to do business. All the factories were in Bompai, Shadan 1, Shadan 2. I have to stay there. The businesses were going. I used to travel. Nigerian Airways was going Lagos, Kanu, London. London, Kanu, Lagos. That I used to arrive Kanu 4 a.m. in the morning from London, start meeting by 9 till 6 in the evening, go back to Lagos with the same Nigerian Airways. I used to come, stay in Kanu 3 days, from there to London and back. These things were all gone. Travel from Kanu with Nigerian Airways to Enugu, all these things. So all these is things we have looked at and said, how did we get here? Can we change it for our own children? Can we change it? It can. Those things are still there. It will take time. And whenever I see government upon government, I see they are not sacrificing towards that change as it's happened in other climes. So the obedient movement, I urge, stay together, whatever form it is. And for me, we will continue going forward. Maybe my little bit of understanding of, so where they're coming from, whatever it is, my plea is that let's continue to remain together, to not look at yourself where they're going to tell you, oh, you're from here, or you're from there, or you're from this religion or that. They're now trying to do everything to divide us, or telling you, oh, this man you're following is not who you think he is. He's a fake man. I've had even recent article that says I married a foreigner before, that this my wife is not the first wife I married, that I ran away from UK because, so you have going to do all sorts of things. And who knows what anything they can do, they will do. They've started by duplicating my identity, duplicating this and that. So mine is to urge you, let's remain the family we are.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We are going to have one more question from Gloria from the audience on the timeline.
Thank you.
After which we will.
No, I think I lost you.
Your Excellency, can you hear
Hello?
me?
Can you hear us? Sir?
Hello? Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So, Your Excellency, we are going to take one more question from Gloria from the timeline, after which we'll open the floor.
Hello?
For the audience.
I think he's not able to hear Miss Pearls. Your Excellency, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I think there's a connectivity thing, but I have a question from somebody in the audience. At Daniel, oh gosh, I don't want to mispronounce your name, but at Benewe, D Benewe, sorry about that. He says, hashtag ask PO a question. After the mistaken bombing of over 120 Kaduna citizens by the military, the Minister of State for Health said it was an act of God. Do you think these comments were well-founded?
Well, I don't think so. I don't believe in that. It's good to say it was a mistake that you can admit, but I don't believe in act of God. You can't go and kill people and say it's act of God. That is not the way to go. For me, I was there, like I said, these things do happen. But like I said when I visited them, it has happened 16 times since I think 2009 or 2010. It has happened about 16 times, and nearly 500 lives are lost by this mistaken bombing or shooting. It's quite many. I remain grateful for the immeasurable work our military is doing in a very difficult circumstance, because all of you read where the chief of defense staff said that their allocations, budgetary allocations, are not released to them, all of it, and are not even released as and when due, which is one of the things that I question. Should we be talking about issue of buying vehicles for legislators, buying vehicles for people when there's vehicles before which they can use? Because I don't think those who left office carried all the vehicles. Because like when I asked the Labour Party legislators about the vehicles they bought, they say it's for official. And I'm sure the last people bought, it was official. But when they left with the official vehicle. So are we going to be releasing money for people to go to court, or releasing money for security? These are issues that we have said about prioritization of what we do as a country. So for me, yes, it's happened, and but we can't just say it's an act of God. May God forgive their sins. May God console the families that lost loved ones. May God give us the fortitude to go through it, but do more to ensure that such things are reduced, and also show that something had gone wrong. That's why I said we should all, leave politics aside, be able to visit them, be able to console the families. I saw so many young ones who were orphaned. Their parents are gone. One of them that I was carrying was saying that his mother went to buy something, but the mother and the father is gone. What are we doing to make sure that these children are able to live a better life, go to school and everything? That's what should be worrying us. But I can tell you, even for me to go there was very difficult. People didn't want to receive you. People didn't want to see you because they don't know what, because these are part of things that suffering today. You see somebody you know on the road, you're greeting the person, he doesn't want to greet you. They don't want to see you because they don't want to offend those who are in power, who are not sharing the believe the goodies. So why? No, we don't know Peter. The man is on his own. The man doesn't listen. The man doesn't do. So these are things that goes on. So it's for us to come together and do the right things.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Excellency. I don't know if you can hear me now. Can you hear me now, sir?
Thank you.
Okay, right. So at this point, we'll open the floor for questions from
Hello.
the audience. Can you hear me, Your Excellency? Can you hear me, sir?
Hello?
Okay, I think we're still having a bit of connectivity issues.
Okay.
Yeah, so maybe I'll be the translator for Miss Pearls. Miss Pearls, you can go ahead. Miss Pearls? Okay. So we can, okay, so we're about to bring up speakers. Miss Pearls, are you able to?
Yes, Gloria, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Gloria?
Yes, I can hear you perfect.
Beautiful. So right now we'll open the floor for questions from the audience. For the purpose of time, we're gonna give just 1 minute each to everyone to either ask a question or make a comment.
I'm not hearing anybody.
Okay, so what Ms. Pearls is doing right now, Your Excellency, is she's introducing speakers. So I think there's a connectivity issue where you're unable to hear her, but we'll get that resolved shortly, sir. But right now, what
Okay.
she's doing is bringing up speakers, and I'll let you know what we're doing next.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Gloria. So, guys, we're going to be passing the mic around now to the audience to ask their questions or make a comment. If you want to do either of both, you can, but ensure you do that in just 1 minute. And for gender balance, we're going to pass the mic around, one lady, one guy, to ensure equality here. So, moving on real quick, let me start with Johnson. Hi, Johnson. How are you doing?
Hello, Pearl. I'm actually doing well.
Please go ahead and ask your question or comment.
Okay. Thank you so much. And Your Excellency Peter Obi, it's good to hear from you. I think this is the second time I've actually attended this space with you. So my question is going to be real quickly because a lot of us in Nigeria watching the judiciary system, like, to be very frankly, a lot of us have actually lost hope with the Nigerian judiciary. So I'm just trying to get your thoughts on how you think we can be able to reform the Nigerian judiciary in such a way whereby the presidency will not be controlling the other arm of government, because they are supposed to be independent. But we can see what is actually currently going on is actually the opposite of it. So what are your thoughts on how the judiciary in Nigeria could actually be independent? Thank you.
Did you get that, Your Excellency?
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay. So Johnson Agiriga is asking about Nigerians losing hope with the Nigerian judiciary. Johnson, did I get everything you wanted to ask? Is there any part I'm missing?
Yes, you got that correctly.
Okay. And okay, so that was the question, and how they should navigate that going forward, correct?
Yes. How?
Well, it is not just losing hope in Nigerians losing hope in judiciary. I answered it before. It is it is not just Nigerians, even those around. Everybody's losing hope, and it is something that is extremely worrisome. You can have a bad leader, you can have a bad legislator, but to have a bad judge or a bad judiciary is actually an existential threat, because it is a fundamental that holds check of the other two. So what we are going now, which is what I was saying, that it is a huge existential threat that you're seeing foreign entities leave. Nobody stays in a country where there's no law and order, where there's no law. The biggest contributor to GDP of the Western world is intangible asset called rule of law. And wherever you don't see it, people leave. But all I'm telling people that these are the things we want to change. That is why, when we're talking about the new Nigeria, it is not a new Nigeria where you will only have move from consumption to production. That production has to come with the rules of law that will endure, that will make people to be sure that if anything goes wrong, I can go to court. I can go to the police. I can go to this, and it will be set right. But now, because of the gangsterism, everything is being turned upside down. People who are today debtors are the ones who are setting the rules how to manage our financial system that looks after debt. So these are things, so it's all upside down. Until we have this new setup, you have to start virtually dealing with every issue, including the judiciary, because it's shown that it's collapsed too. Thank you.
So much. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. And we'll take another speaker now. Ms. Pearls, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Gloria.
Okay.
So let's take So. Hi, So. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm just wondering if I'm audible. I just need to confirm that. Mr. Peter Obi, can you hear me okay? Can you guys hear me okay?
Okay. Pio, can you hear Sol?
No, I'm not hearing.
Okay. So
Okay.
I'll
Okay.
interpret for you in the meantime.
No problem.
Thank
I'll
you.
make it short. My question is, he has been very, very consistent with the message of a new Nigeria being possible, and majority of us who buy into that narrative would like to know how we all fit into this message and how we ought to approach this reality in order to bring it into fruition. So, from his point of view, if he can address that from a nation building point of view, the tenets of the new Nigeria being possible. That's my question for Mr. Peter Obi.
Sol, I am so sorry. I hate for you to repeat yourself. Could you please help me repeat that question? Thank you.
What part of it? Well, technically, just if he can address the tenets of a new Nigeria is possible, because he has been very consistent with that message.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. At Sol_TFD is talking about your slogan, "A new Nigeria is possible." We all, something we love to share, and he wants to know your stand on this, that a new Nigeria is possible.
Well, I still say the new Nigeria is possible if we all work hard and we're able to, again, ensure that we have a change of leadership that continues to build on all the things we've been saying and preaching. It requires one committed leader on the top. We are working with a team that believes in the same thing. It will change. And I've always tell people, we've experimented it somewhere. How could the Anambra State, that had its schools closed in 2000 and 2001, by 2007-8, be number one in education? So for me, we can get it right if we do the right things. But it requires a leadership that has a clear vision, that is competent, that have the capacity, the character, everything that is required to do the right thing.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Ms. Pearls, who do we have next, please?
Okay, thank you, Gloria. Let's move on to Tosin. Hi, Tosin.
Hi, Ms. Charles. Good afternoon. Hopefully, you can hear me clearly.
Yes, please go ahead, Tosin.
Thank you very much for allowing me. My president, His Excellency Mr. Peter Gregory Obi. Thank you
Sorry,
very much for all.
my apologies, Tosin. Before you
Hello?
go, let's confirm if His Excellency can hear you.
Hello?
Okay, Your Excellency, can you hear Tosin or Ms. Pearls?
No.
Oh, okay.
Do I leave and come back again? Will it make the difference?
Should we try that? We just don't want to lose you, sir.
Okay, let me stay on.
Oh, but I mean, if you can leave, well, let me see if Sir Dam. Sorry to put you on the spot. Should we? What would you recommend we do? Because we really want to make sure he's hearing everyone and Miss Pearls. Okay. Okay. Anyway, let me Tosin, go ahead, and I'll just note your question. Okay, I'm getting feedback that we shouldn't let you leave. So sorry, I'll just keep interpreting for you, sir.
Okay, no problem. Fine.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. So I mean, it's just to appreciate you for all that you've done. Thank you so much. But also, my question will be in the line of the new Nigeria possible. Now, with the criminality in power, do you think that we can actually do this by the easy approach, or do you think force is necessary to chase these guys out of power so that we can get what we want for our country?
Hello?
Okay. Yes, sir, we're here.
Okay.
Okay. So at T for Integrity, first of all, appreciating you. And he also wants to know, with the state of or the style of governance that we have presently in Nigeria, how do you think the youth, I'm trying to paraphrase this as best as I can, how do you think the youth can navigate, believing in a new Nigeria is possible, taking back Nigeria? What happens to the youth here?
Well, the youth, like I said, we will continue our movement and the system we have started. We know that what is happening today is not taking us to anywhere. Things are getting worse. This is not just PO now saying, you've read the World Bank report recently, people are getting poorer. It is not me who asked JSK to leave, or PNG to leave, or Adventist to leave. So it is, they are seeing things going wrong. So it's no longer, I always say this story that I had an uncle who was handcuffed in the village. I say it every day. And people were asking him, is anything wrong? He said, nothing is wrong. When I asked him, uncle, everybody saw you were handcuffed and you said nothing is wrong. He said that they saw the handcuff in his hand and they asked him whether things are wrong. So everybody can now see the handcuff on the hand of Nigeria. So it's no longer Peter will be preaching and saying it's wrong. I live in Onitsha, Lagos, Abuja. I traveled to Kaduna the other day. And wherever I go, one thing I do is to stop in the local market. I stop to buy tom-tom. I ask the man who is selling tom-tom, how is business? He said things are very bad, that they can't even sell tom-tom. Now they used to get 2 packets in one day, it will finish. Now they can't even sell tom-tom. So things are bad. So the only way the youth can is that if we continue, we will be able to deal with this. Some of them are students in school. How are they faring? What is happening to their schools? They were promised even loan. How many of them have received it? How many of them have received it? So these are things that should worry them. You know, so that's the thing. So the most important thing for the youth is for us to stay on together and saying, yes, they're not going to come give some of us money, do this, because that's what has happened over the years. Over the years, that they will do youth association, they will take their head people, give them money tomorrow. Because of it now, most of our youth, you have a lot of youth groups now, because by the time they finish using you, they'll drop you, then you have no alternative than to form your own group. Form your own group. So if you go now, there's so many youth group, there's so many groups, because the people they've used to dump, you start finding relevance in one thing or the other. And politics, people are now, the only business that thrives in Nigeria now is politics. It shouldn't be. Should be other areas of endeavor. So the youth, there's a lot of sacrifice you need.
We really appreciate that answer. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thank you at Maya Hees for drawing something to my attention. At Soul_TFD, your question was also centering around before we can get good leadership, what are the responsibilities and roles that citizens need to play in order to actualize the new Nigeria? And I think Pio has spoken along those lines. So thank you so much for that. Pio, we need you so much. The people want to speak with you directly. Do you mind stepping out and coming back in, please, sir? Sorry for the inconvenience.
I should go out and come back?
Yes, please, sir. Just go out and request the mic again. Thank you. We'll be on the lookout.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Over to you, Ms. Pearls.
Thank you very much, Gloria. So while we wait for people to leave and return.
Okay, I think we have some. Okay, can you hear us, Ms. Pearls?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me now,
Perfect.
Gloria?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so while we wait for people to leave and return, I'd like to make a kind request to everyone here. We have tons and tons of people requesting for the mic, but it's mostly guys. I'd like to request for the ladies I'd like to appeal to the ladies rather to request for the mic and come up here. Don't be shy, don't be scared. It's an open space for everyone to come share their thoughts and ask their questions. We have one lady on stage already, but we want more ladies on stage. So please do well to request for the mic and join the conversation here. And my apologies if I'm not able to respond to the end right now. I have tons of them as well. I'm trying to coordinate here and another platform. So please bear with me. So we will wait for people to come
I'm back.
Okay, he's back already. Your Excellency, can you hear me now?
I can very well.
Perfect. Thank you very much, sir. So real quick, I'll pass the mic over to Mary. Mary White, how you doing?
Hi, Pearls. Hi, Your Excellency, sir. Hi, Power of Facts. Hi, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Excellency, hi, so it's good to see you, to talk to you again on Power of Facts. Thanks. So my question is, I know you have encouraged us to be opposition. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can very well.
Okay, so you have encouraged us to be the opposition. So my question is, what is your stand for, I guess, the obedient movement and also the Labour Party forming a formidable opposition with other political parties? Thank you, sir.
Well, like I've always said, I'm not desperate to be president of Nigeria. I'm desperate to see Nigeria work. So if we have other people who can collaborate to achieve that, why not? But we must be sure that they believe in what we are fighting for. It is not be a collaboration, an association that will end up in transaction. Because that's what you see in Nigeria. People say to you, let's work together, let's form this together, only to see that it's the same forming together to go and start doing the same thing that we are all fighting against. If it is genuine for us to collaborate, I think the parties, the opposition parties, should come together. But they will have to come together where we are all going to sacrifice. I know what is happening to me now. I know the pressures I am in to be in, and I know this pain it is to be out, where people are saying, this thing you are doing, you're just going to put up yourself where they will destroy you. Why don't you do this? Why don't you go this? Why don't you go along? You cannot change Nigeria. Nigeria is this. Nigeria is unchangeable. Nigeria is this and everything. So if we see people who believe in the same thing we're doing, who we can all work together with, yes, I'm all for it. And I believe there will be. But until then, let us not go and do collaboration for the sake of ending up in transaction and then let the people down. I, Peter Obi, have said it. God, do not allow me to continue or do this if in the end I'm elected and the poor people in the north today who I know you can pull out of poverty, poor people in the south, people you have to put, you cannot do it. I believe I'm committed to what I want to do, and I have an idea of what I want to do. And I believe that it is what is best interest of the country. So in that case, those who believe in the same thing, let's work together and achieve it. But let's not be the type of situation that has happened in Nigeria, where people came together, were shouting, and when they had the opportunity, they could destroy the whole thing completely.
Thank you very
Okay, thank you very much, Your Excellency. I hope you can still hear me.
I'm hearing you very well now.
Perfect. So right now we'll take one guy and then we'll take one question from the TL. So let's take Joey. Hi, Joey.
Hello, everyone. Your Excellency, happy Sunday to you, sir. My question
I
to you
wish you the
is,
best.
the country is heavily divided at this point, and we all know you're going to be the president someday. How do you plan to unite this our divided nation, sir? Thank you.
Let me tell you, our country is divided by transactional politics. It's divided by transactional politics, divided by politicians who want us to remain divided for their own interest, for their own transaction. Once you move this country from consumption to production, the country will unite. It will be the same because people's hard work, talent will match up their opportunity. Then every other country in the world is divided, even United States. The reason why they're not in UK, same thing. The Scottish man, does not believe in the English. The same thing. So many other Ireland, all this. However, because it's a productive system, people's hard work and talent match up the opportunity. There's nothing to share. What we're sharing in Nigeria is finished. What is remaining is production. I have said we can make more money from the vast uncultivated land in the north that we make from oil. If you go to cultivate that land, the people in the north will have a job, they'll have a better place. The industry that left the north will come back. You go to southwest, the same thing. The industries that are here will remain. You're not going to take the wharf away from here. There's wharf here, there's wharf in the port. If you go to China today, there's about 7 big ports. If you go to today, you said you're looking for the biggest port in the world, you see that China controls about 4. It's in different areas of China, engaged in production. Same thing in Indonesia, any other place. When you start doing this, you find that there's little or nothing that divides us. What is dividing us today is consumption, sharing. And that's what is happening. It is because we're dancing. We're now in Titanic, where people are sinking, those on the top are still beating their drums and dancing. Once we come to do the right thing, it will. In Anambra State, when I became governor, if you think this division is all over, it is all over the place. Even if you go to your family, when I became governor, this one will say it's from north, it's from south. When I started working, it disappeared. There's nothing. If you look at the youths from the north, the youths from the southwest, the youths from southeast, central, north central, they all agree. Nobody today in Nigeria buys bread cheaper. Nobody buys fuel cheaper. Nobody buys rice cheaper. JSK that left were domiciled in Southwest. Southwest people lost their job, as well as other Nigerians. PNG were domiciled in the Southwest. They left. So everybody is losing. It is not just people. Same thing with industries that left from the North. And I can tell you, we will unite the country as quickly as possible because we have the best people all over the place. And we will bring them together. And they will see reason why we work together. And there will be nothing to share. It will be work, 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 work. And those who are involved in private businesses, private listen, their hard work. If we say we want money for transporters, for example, it will go for the transporters. The people who are doing Lagos Ibadan will get it. Those who are doing Lagos Ore will get it. Those who are doing Lagos Onitsha will get it. Those who are doing Lagos Kano will get it. So the transporters all over the place. That is what it is. One area is for agriculture, one area is doing manufacturing, one area is doing this. But when you are sharing, is when you have ethnicity, division, along religious lines, along this, but in production, everybody is united. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thanks for that response. So right now, I'll go over to Gloria to take a question from the TL. Over to you, Gloria.
Thank you so much. And I want to apologize to everybody. There were some technical things we were sorting behind the scenes. I am so sorry because they've been flogging me on the TL that I did not paraphrase some questions properly, and I apologize for that. It's a lot worth coordinating. But thank you for your patience. Your Excellency, I have a question here from at WizKid Tunes. At WizKid Tunes is asking hashtag Peter Obi on parallel facts, hashtag ask PO a question. How will you tackle tribal bigotry in Nigeria? Because it's like a thing that seems to be shifting our attention from demanding a better governance right now. What are your thoughts, Your Excellency?
Well, it is for this are the thing we have started. And those who live off, remember what I always say, we have for enemy. Whenever you want to bring a change, you have for enemy all those that live off the old order. So what you have now is that the people with the old order is the one fighting now. And they are saying, we will crush this Peter Obi. We will make sure. And they're doing it jointly. So that's why you're seeing the ethnic bigotry, you're seeing this, because they were going to throw in everything. Oh, He's not he's a Christian. He's against Muslims. Is Muslims buying bread cheaper? No. Are they buying rice cheaper? No. Is fuel cheaper for the Muslims? Is there any free station that sells fuel? No. Now the ones who are going to tell you is an Igbo man. Igbo man should not be. The Yorubas that are there today, are they buying bread cheaper? No. Are they buying fuel cheaper? No. Go to Lagos today, go to Ibadan. If you see any filling station that is selling fuel cheaper, let me know. If you see anyone saying, so until people realize that this is not about Ademi, it's not about Ibrahim, it's not about Obi, it is about a country called Nigeria. The biggest Muslim democracy or country in terms of constitution is Indonesia. It's doing well. The tiny ones like Dubai and everything, they're all doing well. Saudi Arabia is doing well. Iran had just published a few days ago something countries that can come into Iran without visa. Countries in Africa like Ghana and everything is there. Nigeria is not there. Yet there are more Muslims in Nigeria than the countries they published. They didn't say, oh, well, listen, we have more Muslims. They didn't publish Nigeria, giant of Africa. Countries in Africa are now telling us we can't come to them without visa. So we have a problem we need to solve. And this problem does not. There's no place you go now and say, I'm a Nigerian Yoruba, they give you visa. Or you fly cheaper. Nobody goes and say, I'm a Nigerian Northerner. When Buhari was coming, they were saying the same thing. Oh, this is he has come and gone. What changed in the north? Same thing is what we are going to have now. So this is the style of the old order to keep being there. And we must overcome it. We must deal with it. I urge all of us to be tolerant and understand each other. I have worked with every area of this country. I've been to everywhere in this country. The old order is crippling us by infusing this. There's so many Yorubas today that are married to Igbos. There's so many Igbos that are married to Yorubas. The same thing in the north, in the middle belt. I know a lot of people today, not that are married to Igbos and everything, but they continue to tell you. I know a lot of Muslims who are these, even prominent people, prominent families now, where the man is a Muslim, the wife is a Christian, and people have had all sorts of things. Yet, they keep telling you because it serves their purpose. So then they tell you that Peter Obi is imposing religious war. Peter Obi is doing this, Peter Obi is doing that. When there was bomb in Kaduna, he affected mainly Muslims. Peter Obi had gone there. Those who are shouting Muslim didn't go there. They didn't go. But they will be the first to shout and tell you it's about Muslim. When I was campaigning, I went to everywhere. One of the things I observed when I went there and everything, talking to other people, is that you have people who are not. It was not Peter Obi who put in or Christianity that caused the criminality in the north. It was not Christianity that made them the people who are supposed to be educated not. No. And I have said I will start the turnaround from the north because I know what the problem is. Because I know what happens in Kanu. I know what happens in this. So what they are doing is to continue to use this fear. That is what I want us to overcome. That's why I said to you, they will do everything. If they can't get out, they will deal with P2B. P2B might not be there for them, but I'm ready for anything. Anything they want to do. And I'm sure that if we get together, when they take P2B away, other people will continue from where I stopped. That is what is important to me.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Excellency. Before we proceed, I would like to make it clear that this is not an obedient space, neither is it a Labour Party space. It's for everyone, APC,
Thank
PDP,
you.
our political
And
people.
fantastic.
Yes, sir. So please feel free to request for the mic, regardless of whichever political party you belong to. Request for the mic and come up here and ask His Excellency questions. I'm sure he'll be very glad to hear from people from other parties. So let's proceed now by passing the mic over to Joyce. Hi, Joyce.
Hello, everyone. My name's Joyce Onyemua. I'm a broadcaster with Nigeria Info FM Lagos. And my questions first would be the concern of insecurity, such a large problem in Nigeria. It's been consistent and has been persistent. I would like to know what you would do differently, and if you can tell us what, in your opinion, is the reason why the problem of insecurity has remained unchanged. The other question, which is hardly a question, but regardless, it's about the spirit in town, the pulse of the people. As a broadcaster, I tend to both interact and hear people give me what is their latent fears. People have become despondent, and that causes them to despair. I feel it's because they do not see something or someone reminding them of the courage and the will to pursue this vision for a new Nigeria. And in that regard, I'll be willing to extend an invitation, if it is convenient for you, to come on radio to speak to people, to remind them of the impetus it will take to be the Nigerians in the new Nigeria, and what it would, require of them in order to achieve the new Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for your invitation. And I assure you, somewhere along the line, we will talk about the invitation, and I'll be part of it. Maybe not immediately, but definitely will be as we go along. On what you talked about, insecurity, there's no way you will not have insecurity. We're going through now. In any other nation, my sister, you can't have 50% of your population living in poverty. You can't have almost 60% youth unemployment with all the energy were in their productive age, and you will have insecurity. It has happened in countries and countries over the world. When people talk about agitation now, that is all over the place, I said to them, go and study Brazil, Mexico, Bolivia, some of the Asian countries. This is where there, because you have a high level of unemployment. I was talking to a prominent Briton the other day, and I said to him, if you have 15-20% unemployment in the UK, nobody will come out of his house. Very simple. That's why nations work hard to ensure that their people remain employed, because they know it causes problem, like issue of criminality, disorderliness. So what you need to do And that is what Nigeria is facing. It's happening in countries like Brazil, Mexico, and all countries around there. The more you put people out of poverty, the more you reduce criminality. There's a time every Mexican wants to move over to America. Today, Mexicans in America are going back to Mexico. So you could see. So it was Brazil and everywhere. Same thing in Asia. Indians are going back to India to make money. Indians become authority here today. Indians have become this. So is Vietnam. So is Indonesia. Today, Indonesia health setup has become exemplary. When I talk to people, authorities in health globally, they said to me, Peter, go and see what Indonesia is doing with the issue of their healthcare. So the more you do the right things that propel development, the more you have your people. Before, Nigerians were not running away from Nigeria. When I was in university, everybody wants to go to university in Nigeria. Only few people want to go abroad. Today, I had one of the famous pastors tell me a story that they pray for people's wish. That he was surprised when he said, people are looking for visas to go abroad and do this. And he wants to pray for them. Everybody came out, including old women and men. And he asked them, people want, they said they not want to go too. Everybody wants to disappear. And people are dying across the oceans. And people are dying across the deserts, wanting to go away. Why? Poverty. It wasn't so. Because then when it was good, you enter Nigerian Airways from here, it's only about 200, 300 naira. You fly to London, you don't need a visa. I just said that Iran have just listed countries that can come without visa. They didn't put us. And this is what is happening to us. Dubai, 1991, when I went to Dubai for the first time, the people I met were asking me how they can get more Nigerians to come. You just come to the airport. Visa. Today, we're kneeling down and begging them to allow us to even pass. You know? So everything we've been denied everyone because things are not working. That is why you have criminality. We need to deal with it head on. And we have the resources to start reversing that. It's not going to happen overnight, but we can start doing it. And that is what I am saying. And that is what I want to do. And that's what I've done in a smaller scale and can say it will happen. It starts with the leader. The leader must be clear on where he's driving this vehicle to. And that's what I want to do. That's what I want us as a body to continue to agitate for. Where there will be respect for rule of law, where the executive, legislative, and judiciary will be men and people who want to sacrifice for this country.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Excellency. So moving on real quick, I'm going to take a guy right now. Let's go over to Indifreke. Hi, Indifreke, how you doing?
Hi, good evening.
Please go ahead.
Good evening.
I, I've been requesting the mic. I am so honored to have been given the mic to be speaking to Mr. Peter B. I just turned 29 today, and this is such a blessing.
Oh, happy birthday. I wish you the best of it.
Amen. Thank you so
And I'm
much,
sure
sir.
you'll be part of this new Nigeria. These are the people who want to change it for.
Sir, you've given us a good faith to be part of it, and we appreciate you. So, quickly, let me just go over. For one, each time I look at my country, I look at what the future holds. I'm reminded how resilient you are, how intelligent you are, how smart you are to overcome what looks like loopholes, the kind of things that are set up, maybe to seek your downfall, to set you up, and all of that. And men, sir, you are so blessed, and you give us great inspiration to know that we can transform this country. Everything is possible. I won't lie, I'm still always looking out to wondering what can we do. So this is practically my question. Already this is my age. I'm smart, I'm business minded, and all of that going on, and as much as many other Nigerians, how really should we begin to act? We, like myself, I'm very hopeful, and I don't know how long I have to be hopeful, but because of men like you keep us spending. I'm reminded that yes. So I'm hopeful that something is going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen or how it's going to happen, but something is going to happen. But in the meantime, while in the tunnel, how can we live and gradually take our? I think one of the mantra you really put in through taking back Nigeria is the idea of not doing it in the same manner that we are trying to eradicate, which is rigging, fraudulent acts, and all of those kind of aspects. So that's one of the things I really respect. So how can we all key into the ideas, the strengths, and the vision, like in governance, in business, and it's just a whole lot, sir.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I've been a businessman all my. I've been a trader. I've been everything. What I tell people when I was trading is very simple. Do the right things. Nobody will tell you. I've been accused of everything, but it is not easy to be a criminal for a long time. Some people have said, "Oh, Peter B did this, Peter B did that." I can tell you, I have never been involved in anything that is wrong. No, never. I have never. I've tried to stay within what is right, do what is right. I try to stay close to God. I try to do things with fairness to everybody. What I mean fairness to fairness to everybody. Where unknowingly, I have never. I've been a businessman. I've borrowed money from banks. I borrowed money from individuals. Not one person will ever tell you that Peter Obi was giving money or did a transaction with and he cheated him. Instead, I've been the one where people have cheated. And I take it. Because for me, I tell people, nobody will ever lose his trust on me. If you give me money, I want to use it well and pay you back. Even till today, I do borrow money from individuals. I do borrow money from a system. And I've tried to show those who gave it to me that it is their own and I'm paying them back. Today, we owe people, even from this exercise we went. But as much as possible, those who are genuine, who did the right thing, and we genuinely contracted them or borrowed money, we're paying them whatever we can get, wherever we are. Even those who represented us legally, I said to them, I'm owing you. It is my responsibility. I'm looking for what I can do to get money to pay you, but I'm not going to say because this is my condition or this is my situation, I'm going to do the wrong thing. No. Capital, no. I'm not going to jump and say, okay, these people are going to give me something, this and everything. No. People, I can tell you, the offers I get today is mind-blowing. On the other way around, for refusing the offer, what they want to do to me is also very frightening. But I'm ready to go through anything. And I can keep telling people say, oh, Peter, you put your life on the side. If I die at 60 something, I didn't die a young person. Some people died in their 20s, 30s, and everything. And by every message of God, I have kids who are now graduates and doing their own thing. So if I go, fair enough. As long as I don't deviate from this, what I set up the day I decided to get involved in government. I'm happy that my experiment in public life, nobody will say, oh, he was involved or took any failed bank money. My involvement in government at the lower level, it didn't happen. And at this particular level I'm seeking today, what I want is God to use me and all of you to change this country. So sacrifice, that's what I can tell you. Do the right thing always, in your own small way. But once again, happy birthday. May God Almighty that has been with you all this while continue to bless you always.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and happy birthday in the freke. So real quick, let's go over to $1 Million Girl.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good evening, Your Excellency. It's good to
Good
have you
evening.
here.
Good evening.
So you've answered a lot of questions, and I figured we've not even checked on you, sir. So I would like to ask, permit me to ask, how have you been since the Supreme Court judgment? Because I wake up every morning angry and very sad, knowing what happened and knowing that more or less they got away with it. Have you recovered psychologically,
Well,
financially?
that's what they want to achieve. They want to make you sad. I'm not sad. I just believe that the struggle continues. Yes, we've lost money. We've lost time. But let me tell you, the biggest part of our loss is money. But that is the least thing any human being can worry when you lose. We all came here with nothing. We're going to go with nothing. The only thing we're going to go is the impact we made in the society. Because that's the only thing that will be meaningful. It doesn't matter how long we are or how long we live. I was in a conference the other day and somebody said, oh, the government that made impact, those who are making impact in Rwanda, in Singapore, is because they stayed a long time. They were there. I said, no. Don't say that. How long you stay is not important. You can be there for a very short time and make impact. And I gave them an example of those who didn't stay long. I started with Mullah Muhammad in Nigeria. I said, when he became head of state, they wanted to build for him a presidential mansion. He said, no, let's use the place to build 1,004 flats, which is there today for civil servants. But instead, he worked from his house. He didn't say donkey years, but the impact is there. I gave an example of Kennedy. Kennedy didn't stay for the full 8 years that is allowed. But America still today make reference to Kennedy. But so you can stay for a short time, just like the same thing I say every day. We want a better Nigeria. I've lived in other countries of the world. I've lived in the UK. If Nigeria today is like UK and Peter is not present, I'll celebrate it. We want things to work. And for me, I'm okay. I'm fine. The rest assured, let us remain cheerful. Let us remain who we are, because they want to depress us. They want us to feel pain. They want us to, everything that can happen to us to not to continue is what they want. That is why they are worried that how can this man still be running around after the election? He's gone to court. When I tweet now, they have hired thousands of people they're paying, and they're youths whom I'm fighting for. They've hired thousands of them. When you tweet now, they come back. Stupid man, you'll never be president. You're foolish. The other day, you raped a woman. There are all sorts of things in there. And I laugh. You know, you'll never be this. You'll soon be killed. You're a thief. You stole money. That's why you went to Anambra State and bankrupt the state, killed people, stole all their money and everything and everything. Yes, it is coming after you. ICPC, they've set up everything and they are going there. And the people who are doing this now, young people, somebody told me how much they are paid, how many of them have been hired, thousands of them being given money. And I asked him, okay, you're doing this. Tell me, how long will they pay you this money? Of what use is it to you? In your village, do people buy food cheaper? No. Is it enough for you to meet up your obligation? No. Peter just wants us to work. If it works for everybody. I've lived in a system that worked for everybody. And that's all I want. So for me, I'm fine. I'm healthy, and I thank God for it. I don't have any issues, anything to worry about. It might be difficult. It might be painful. I'm struggling. My wife, my children might be going through it, but we all have our different problems to deal with. So I thank you for your care and everything.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. So real quick, let's go over to Omar Sissoko. Hi,
So I'm not
Omar.
going to have time to ask my questions, please.
Yes, I'm gonna come over to you. I'm just taking everyone according to how you came on stage. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Excellence Obi.
Good evening.
Thank you for everything you're doing for Nigeria. Excellent campaign you run. It seems like you are the candidate of the the population of Nigeria. So you have my vote. I'm from West Africa, Senegal, Mali, and really you have the means and the capital, intellectual capital to heal the divide amongst Nigerians, because I think all Nigerians have the same needs. So you became president, it's going to be obvious that you'll be able to be the person to be able to unite all Nigerian. My question to you is: since the independence in 65 years ago, I'm from West Africa region, colonized by the French. To this day, most of the 14 countries of West Africa are using the CFA currency that belongs to France. So we don't have any monetary independence. The economy of these countries are really poor compared to Nigeria, compared to the former British colonies. And right now, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger got rid of France because France is just extracting. Basically, if I can use the word, excuse my language, France is just stealing everything from these poor economy. We have, for example, in Senegal, the principal candidate, just like yourself, is in detention right now. And we have election in February 2024. But he's the candidate of the population. But God willing, he'll be able to. We're fighting for him so he can be the next president for Senegal, and that's going to trigger my wish. I'm subscribing to your new Nigeria, but I would like to invite you to my new Africa. My question to you is, after 65 years of independence, all these African countries, I think it's time for us to think about having the African citizenship. Africa to become one country under one president, under one currency. I think Africa united, the Federation of African Countries, is going to be the fourth superpower in the world. And I believe that the reason we have all these economic problem in all these countries in Africa, is because we are not united. We don't think about one country, one president under one monetary policy. If we have one currency in the entire continent of Africa, we can solve all our problems because we don't need to go to the IMF and the World Bank or go to the European Union borrowing dollars and euro and the Chinese. We can develop our own country. So my question to you is, how do you feel about the future of Africa being a federation under one president, one country, and one currency? Thank you so much for your.
Well, let me tell you, if you listen to my lecture in the Commonwealth just about 3 weeks ago, I was emphatic on it. While it will take a while of time for us to become a united country, Africa have no reason to be poor, because the only continent of the world that today you can say there's a future for development and creating that enormous is Africa. And Africa is so blessed. Today, Africa have the highest concentration of minerals, the so-called natural things. Africa. All the things you're looking for, the biggest deposit, the country with the highest amount of what they can call natural assets today is Congo. Natural resources, Congo is sitting on 24 trillion worth of natural assets. They have no reason to be poor. So is Nigeria. We have from oil to other minerals to everything. We have no reason to be poor. From South Africa to all over the place, we have what it takes. Africa have of the world's 60% all cultivated land today is in Africa. So Africa can become a food basket and power to the world. There's so much in Africa have a youthful population. While the other people are aging and everything, in Africa, we have a youthful population that is in their productive age. But because we have a leaders, but they have leaders who don't want that. Because those people you're calling are using those leaders. It will shock you. I was campaigning to be president of Nigeria. I'm going to tell my story around my book one. People are inviting you, oh, we want to see you in different capitals of the world. And you go there People said to you, we're going to put in this amount of money in your campaign, but this is going to happen, that is going to happen. I said, wait a minute, you're talking about my country. You can't do that. Why are we going to be going to United Nations to complain or beg about what God has given to us? Our seas, our waters, our oceans are being occupied, and all the resources there are going to foreigners. Why are we not going to United Nations to complain about foreigners in our territory? Our natural resources are being mined by. So the things we need to do, and I can tell you, it will happen. We will start by making sure that our people are the ones in charge, running our affairs. We might not be united, but I keep saying Europe is not one, Asia is not one, but they found the common reality that they need to work hard and deal with their own issues. And that is where we will start. We must come together as a country. We must be able to have fair review mechanism to be able to say to the African leaders, OAU, everything must work as a family. We must be able to look at an African leader and say, you're wrong. You shouldn't treat your people like this. We're Africans. We should be able to say, have leaders who will not be there forever. Should be able to have laws within Africa that shows, I've said in Nigeria, for example, and I continue to maintain it, we should have a 5-year tenure where you do not have to come back, because re-election has cost us a fortune. So 5 years, you go, and we rotate it all through our 6 geopolitical zones to be able to manage the problems within us and focus on voting the right people. People say to me, oh, no, I said, give me 5 years. I will show the direction that nobody can reverse. Because when people see that it's going well, if you want to reverse it, they will deal with you. In Anambra today, nobody can reverse what we did in education. Our education is thriving. Our health is thriving. If you go, when I started, there was no single school of nursing sciences. Today, we have about 8, and they're doing well. More and more are bringing up. In fact, other people are trying to now, I've seen 2 now coming up. So you cannot reverse it. If you reverse it, the people will protest. So for me, it's not about United Africa, because that will take time. The same people will come and disrupt it. So let's get people work. Let us come together first, separately as we are, and start doing things, start trading together, start showing each other, making sure that this after which we have signed the agreement is working, make Africa to become productive, produce, sell goods. Today, trade within African countries is still below 10%. It should be more. And it's not something you talk about. It's about, again, having people who are competent to drive the process. Shouldn't just be 1 or 2. Should be all over Africa. Thank you.
Thank
Can I
you
have
very much.
one more quick question?
I'm so
Mr.
sorry,
Obi,
Omar.
I think you have a great chance on every single election. It's going to take 4 years. I think you should start right now and put your team on the ground and get at it. And once you control everything and you have the presence, strong presence, I think the presidency will be yours, God willing. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. You know, in Nigeria, when you start on time, because it's too expensive, you know, we're there. We're doing whatever is possible, and we'll continue to do so.
We're going to pinch in. We're going to be helping out.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Omar. Thank you, Your Excellency. So I'm still taking everyone according to how you came on stage, and I'm having a gender balance here. I'll take one lady, one guy. So right now we'll take Sarah. After Sarah, we'll go over to Briggs. Hi, Sarah. How you doing? Sarah, are you there? Okay, Sarah is not there. Let's go over to Briggs. Hi, Briggs.
Okay, hi, I'm here.
Please go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. Okay, so Your Excellency Pio, Nigeria can always have one president at a time. Now,
yes.
Everyone who's vying for this position means well for the country. That's what it means. Now, the present administration is on. Would it be out of place, since you're not able to become the president, to offer hand of fellowship to work in this administration to make it work and make it better for what you want it to be? Now,
that's exactly what I'm doing by being in opposition.
Okay,
For a system to work, you must be able to have an effective alternative everywhere in the world, even in your private business. You must have an alternative. That the reason why you're seeing America, Britain, everything, the first world develop is because they have an effective opposition. What are the things that have killed Africa is not having effective opposition, because everybody is lumped into one. That's what I'm providing now. And I can tell you, I can show you places where things would have gone wrong and people said no. Listen, Peter B will oppose this, or this person will oppose this. That is exactly what I'm doing now. That's why I'm even advocating that we have to either go back to parliamentary system or have a near parliamentary system where whenever there is in the parliament anywhere, when it's presidential questions time or prime minister's question time, he answers it himself, not through subletting it to somebody we didn't elect. So I'm doing that. And when I was governor, I tolerated that. Go and ask people like Dr. Chris Ngige and everybody. I allowed them to criticize what I'm doing. That's the only way to work.
Okay, so let me add to this, sir. If you are herding the economic team of this administration, largely the economic team churns out policies that are people-oriented and people-friendly, Your Excellency, sir. If someone like you, with your knowledge, heads the economic team, trust me, whatever you want to do for Nigeria will be in place and it will be passed. So why not be in the ruling party and leaving the opposition now that it does not work?
No. It would be wrong. It would destroy the system. Because let me tell you, let me tell you, a leader. What I'm saying now might look easy, but every leader has his own purpose and his own time. The people today, I'm not saying they don't have the best of ideas. Yes, they have a lot of professors, they're wonderful people, but I will not drive this vehicle called Nigeria the same way. When I talk about things I talk about, cutting costs and everything, my brother has been governor. It wasn't easy for a lot of my colleagues to do what I'm doing. I've also been, if you don't know, it's not just being governor. I've also been bank chairman in this country, where I was the only bank chairman who was not living in their land. I lived in a place called Festac. And I come to meeting, and I remember the bank telling me, you have to do this and everything. So people think I started this. If you go to the bank where I was chairman, Fidelity, go there, I turned down chairman's vehicle. They wrote me a letter and told me, you're entitled to this type of vehicle, Range Rover, Mercedes 500. I said, no. Because at that time, I drive Peugeot. I said, my Peugeot will bring me here, and I'll do this job and go. I did not borrow 1 naira from them for 1 day. I said, I am not here. We're here to manage people's money. So we have different lifestyles. What I'm doing now is what I want to do for the country to be good. And it is better where I'm offering it. And I've said it alternatively. When they do things, that's what makes a system work.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Excellency. So moving on real quick, we'll take one question from the TL before I return to those on stage. So Gloria, are you ready?
I am. Thank you so much, Ms. Pearl. At Soul Tie 1988 says, sir, you have been putting out statements to counter most of what some may consider anti-people policies of this government, and this is really commendable. In a situation whereby the government continues in this path of bringing out policies that make life difficult for the masses, what do you recommend? And now I'm paraphrasing. In what ways can citizens get the government to change their positions on such policies?
Well, again, that's exactly what I answered in the last question. When we have effective opposition, I've now started even telling bodies like Nigerian Economic Summit, you can't continue to invite only people in government to occasions. Because that's what happens in Nigeria. That's what I'm going through now. I told you, if I want to come to a place, the people don't want to see you because they feel, hey, if you come now, you greet them. These people will see you. This is it. But if you go in societies that work, all the G7, G20 countries that work, is you invite people in government, you invite the opposition. So for us, what we need to do is to remain where we are and say, this is wrong. Look at in a few months, all of you are harassing labor legislators and say they are not doing the right thing. That's what it should be. Because you voted them for a purpose. Don't allow them to, after voting them, for them to go and say, oh, they didn't come there themselves. There was something they were offering and we voted them. There was something this government was offering and we voted them. They've told us that we're going to be 1 trillion economy, we're going to be this, we're going to be that, we're going to be this in the next few. That is what we want to see. If you know what, that's why we should be able to say, hey, that number of people that went to COP went there because that's how they used to go. So when this happens, you say no. They want to build a house, you say no. They want to buy yachts, we say no. All these things are no because they're no. Don't tell us, oh, it's been there. Oh, there's nothing wrong in it. Like they used to say when the question about yachts, they say, somebody used to, a governor used to own yacht, a governor used to own plane. That was when things were good. Today, we can no longer go on that way. We can no longer afford that type of lifestyle. It is no longer visible for us to do things like that, and it must be stopped. So that's where we are. So we continue to say things are wrong when they are wrong. That's what we'll continue to do.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. So real quick, let's go over to Nello. Hi, Nello.
Hi, Pearl. Please, can I go after the next person, please?
Sure. Okay, Nello, are you there?
Yes, I am. But I'm just tied up in something. I'll be free after the next person, please.
Okay, sure. Okay, let's take Malik. Hi, Malik. Malik, are you there? Okay, Malik doesn't seem to be there. Let's go over to Chief Owakena.
Can you hear me? Yeah. I thought Malik had spoken already.
No, Malik has not spoken. Please go ahead with your question.
Is it me or Malik? Who is going ahead?
Chief Owakena, please go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, good evening from my end first. Good evening, Mr. President. I
Good
call you
evening,
Mr. because I know we won the election and the criminals stole it from us. Mr. President, from what we have seen in the past year, we have seen that our ballot revolution will not do it. We have also seen that the courts will not do it for us. They are compromised. We saw the blatant whatever they did at the Supreme Court. And we have seen subsequently how the criminals in government today, I will use the word criminals because we all in this room know the truth. The whole world knows the truth. How they have continued to blatantly put their people, their cronies in power, from INEC to police to whatever arms of government. Mr. President, you and I know, and everybody knows, that going to the ballot again will not do it for us. Take Imo, take Kogi, take Bayelsa as examples. Take Kano as example. Take Port Harcourt as example. Those states where I'm from is coming up very soon. The same thing will happen. Mr. President, I will differ with everybody in this room and ask you a simple question. Please, when are we going to hit the streets? Because if the tables were turned, Tinubu and his gang would have turned off Nigeria by today. We played by the rule, voted massively, went to the court massively, and we did everything. And they still denied us what was right. Mr. President, there is no constitution today in Nigeria. So when are we going to hit the streets? That is the language they will understand. If you say you don't want people to be killed, they dropped a bomb in Kaduna a few weeks ago. You visited them. They killed innocent people over there. Across the country, people are being kidnapped daily. Coppers going to Zamfara are still in captive for over 4 months, if I'm not mistaken. People can't feed across Nigeria, Mr. President. When are we going to hit the street? That is what they will understand. Because we won the election. And as I round up, Mr. President, you made a statement that people from abroad were calling you, trying to cut deals with you on how to govern Nigeria. We know they don't.
I'm so sorry to interject, Chief Owakena. If you don't mind, can you please go straight to your question?
The question is, when are we hitting the streets? Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. Thank you very much. I know how you feel. I know the pain you feel. But let me tell you what I've always said. We are preaching the right things. We will not do it wrongly. I've always said that those who want to answer Excellency must come through the excellent way. It will take time. It will look as if it's going to be tonight. But I will tell you, it won't be too far. We are going to do it the right way, and we're going to get there. We're going to do it the right way, and it's going to get there. The people will be with us. They will come to an end one day, because There are things I cannot tell. They're coming to an end because hunger, everything, because they can't do it. We're not going to. I have said to people, if you hit the streets, it will be worse. It will be worse for those you're trying to protect, because they are the ones who live in armored houses with armored cars, which I and you don't have. They live a sophisticated life. They are now using billions to refurbish themselves and everything. I said it before that coppers who genuinely want to serve Nigeria are now in captivity, and people are celebrating. People are celebrating, and nobody cares. They didn't mention them in their celebration. I didn't see their celebration mention, oh, these my people who are in captivity. I didn't see them show prayers or mention those who died in Kaduna in their speeches. So, please, let's not allow more to die. Yes, it might be language they will understand, but after more people have been killed and kidnapped and lots of excuse given, my pleading with you is that let us try to continue the same way we've done it so far. We will get there. Quote me anywhere.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Excellency. So real quick, let's go over to Nello before we come over to Omega. Hi, Nello.
Hi, Pels. Good evening, the people's president, the people's choice, Mr. Peter Obi. It's such an honor to be here today to speak to you. So, sir, my question is this.
It's
We
an
know
honor
that
for me too.
So we know that Nigerian politicians are ruthless. I mean, we saw what they did in the last election. And it's very nice to hear you speak and to hear your optimism, for the Nigeria that we want, the Nigeria that we deserve. But I'm just very worried, that we are dealing with monsters, people who believe in holding on to power at all costs. And I'm looking at what happened at the last election, and I'm looking at the next election to come, because obviously for you to be able to effect any change of any kind, you need to be able to get into power. And if the conditions remain the same, how how do how do you get people to come out again, to put in everything, because it's like you do everything, you convince people to come out and vote, and they come, they even, some people give up their lives, defending these votes, and then the umpire just comes and do whatever they like, and they get the judges to declare them, and it's like another cycle of hopelessness. So how do we mitigate this? What can we do? Because when I look at the Nigerian situation, when I look at what happened in the last election,
I'm really
I'm
sorry,
thinking,
Nello, I'm really very sorry to interject you right now. Please, do you want to just go straight to your question?
yeah, I was just about to round up. Actually, I was just going
Okay.
to say, how do we mitigate what happened, in the last election from happening again? Going about it the right way, just like you've suggested.
Well,
Thank you.
we will continue. If you look at what we were able to do in 1 year, it wouldn't have been possible if not for our remaining together and resilient. And like I told you, if they think it is that easy for them, I won't be going through what I'm going through today. you know, but because they too are scared, they too are going everything, even what we're talking now, they're listening. They know that we're on the right path. They're not God. So let us remain faithful to what we're doing. Let's do the right things. The right thing will definitely happen here one day. And you'll see it. The pain and the suffering of the people will be heard. It will not go in vain. And I believe it will happen soon, sooner than we think. We have people, difficult governments all over the world. One day they came to an end. Things that people thought it was impossible happened. And it will happen here. All that we is that we need to remain together. It is important that we remain together.
Thank you, Your Excellency. So real quick, let's go over now to Omega.
Okay, good evening. Am I audible enough?
Yes, you are. Go ahead.
Okay, good evening, His Excellency, Peter Obi. Okay, so my question is, knowing how fraudulent this administration came into power, do you think they're gonna be a credible election in Nigeria? Do you think if a party wins an election, that this current administration is gonna hand over power to them, knowing how fraudulent and how evil they are? Do you think it's possible for another party to win an election and take it? Is that
But
victory? That's my question.
remember what I said before. Let's continue where we are. They will one day. They will not be there forever. They can't live forever. They are human beings. They too will even die one day. So they are not going to be there forever. When this is happening, it looks as if they are going to remember. They are not going to be here forever. They are human beings.
Okay, thank you, Your Excellency, for that very quick one. So, guys, we will be ending this space shortly. And so, please, when I pass you the mic, do well to go straight to your questions. And for those sending me DMs, which I've not been able to respond to right now, my sincere apologies. There are tons of them right now. So, please do well to DM Arewachik, Bolanle, or Parallel Facts. Thank you very much. So, let's go over now to let's take Natalie Hussein.
All right, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Sure, go ahead.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, sir. Thank you for having
Yes,
us.
I'm listening.
All right. So my question, you've answered a big part of my question already, from the questions the previous speakers just asked. But however, I'm going to ask it because in a way it's a bit different. So my question goes like this: considering the fact that most of the government institutions, which they have pointed out, have been compromised, I want to know, how do you advise we approach? So it's more about the approach now. How do you advise we approach the next elections? What do you think we need to do differently? And secondly, it looks like we're preparing for the next run. And I want you to please address the fact that many people are really disillusioned. We had people traveling. I remember for the first time, I did everything I could to get my voter's card, and even had to stay in a hotel just to vote. And things turned out the way they turned out. And a lot of people are disillusioned. Can you please address the facts? Can you please just say something to those who are going through all those emotions, and how you think we should still stay mentally prepared, because this is obviously not a sprint, it's a marathon. But when people are disillusioned, when their mental state is just not right, how do they come out to vote for the next elections? How do they even have the hope or the belief? So people don't even know where to start from. And when you talk about, okay, not next elections, they don't even want to hear it. So how do you think we should approach this? Thank you very much.
I've said it from the beginning and I say it again. Remain strong and committed to this. What you're saying now is what they want to achieve. They want people to be disillusioned. They want people to not care again. They want to divide us. They've now started doing that, making you feel it's tribal thing, maybe Yoruba versus Igbo, maybe Hausa versus North versus South. These are the things they will do. But I'm pleading with you, do not listen to them. The question you ask yourself, I, who is from Southwest, am I buying bread cheaper? Am I doing anything? Yes, there might be a few people who are benefiting. Those who benefited from the North, where are they? Where are they now that hunger has returned? Who are they? So these are questions to ask ourselves. So I'm begging you, do not listen to them. Let us stay together. If we stay together and do the right things, we will get there. It's a marathon, like you said. And in a marathon, there's a time you feel like giving up. There's a time like you walk out of it. And that's what they want to achieve. They want to achieve that. So we will not give it to them. We will stay on. And I assure you, they will. If I skip, like I repeated several times, if I tell any of you a bit of what I go through on a daily basis, you said no, give up, let them take everything. But because I've seen it before, because for me, what else to live for? If this is what we should go through and things will work, I'm prepared for it. So when they're doing it, it's like, okay, we're on in it, we will continue to be in it, whatever happens. So I'm begging everybody, let's stay on. Don't feel anything. What we achieved in 1 year, so that if we work hard with all they are trying to do, they've given us all the promise, they're sharing everything, let's stay together. All we want is a better Nigeria where everybody will start feeling proud of being part of that country. Countries that are denying us opportunity today. Dubai, for example, didn't say this type of people can come. The other people, it is Nigeria that they are saying they don't want us again. Iran that denied the visa didn't say some Nigerians will come, some will not be. It is Nigeria. Everybody that is dealing with us now is dealing with us as a Nigerian. Like I said, JSK didn't say we will not leave Nigeria because we're in Southwest and the Southwestern is now in charge. They left because they didn't see hope in Nigeria. Because about Nigeria, it's not about who is there and who is not there. P&G, all their facilities is in Southwest. They left. They didn't say, oh, let's wait. They didn't leave because a Southeastern and a Northerner. They didn't even leave when Buhari was in charge to say, okay, since it's the Northerner that is there. So, and the same thing is what is happening everywhere. Same thing is what is happening everywhere. Nobody is saying, oh, because this person is in charge or this person is there, let's stay. No, they are all going because they no longer see hope in your place. That's why they are going. And we must all come together to reverse that. If you stay on, those who are disillusioned will turn around. It will be difficult. But if we all not stay on, it will come to a time those who are pushing us will know that we can stay together and work together. And I'm urging all of us, please, for we have no other country except this one. Let us stay together, no matter the differences we have, no matter a different background, ethnicity, religion. These are things they're using to confuse us. Everywhere, most religions have stayed together. You have seen me say it in campaigns. The Catholic Church in Dubai was built by Emir of Dubai. He's a Muslim. The Queen gave the Muslims one of the choicest land in London to build their mosque. They are not Muslims. In the UK, everybody lives together. In other parts of the world, everybody lives together. Let us live together in Nigeria. Do not listen to them when they tell you, Peter Obi is this, Peter Obi is this. The only thing Peter Obi is that he's not believing in what they are doing. He's talking about a change. Even if I'm as bad as they think, at least I'm better than some. That is why I'm able to see money that I would have taken and say no to it. This is what we want to do. Let's start looking for those who can say even partly in it. Why is the other people leaving debts? Why didn't they leave money? These are things we want to do. Let's look for those who are at least trying to do something and work with them. It will go a long way. It is important. It will go a long way. It is important. It's a lot of sacrifice, but it is achievable.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Excellency. Let's have Odo Akaji.
Hello, Miss Pels. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Oh, fantastic. Good evening, Mr. Obi.
Good evening.
I'm calling from Abia State, so thank you for supporting Alex to ascend the leadership of my state. We feel the difference. My question is, how do you feel that your party were not able to stop these people from swearing into INEC positions, well-known card-carrying members of the APC, which is against the norm and against the law? Thank you.
Well, for me, just people can still be there and will affect the change. People think, let me tell you, in countries where there have been change, people have even their uncles and their brothers and everything, and there was change. It's happened in countries where they have their uncles, their parents, their children, everywhere, and change happened. So all those people that are swearing in, when there will be change, they will be there, and they don't do anything for them. It is when we allow it that they will get away with whatever they will get away with. When we all come together one day, they will not be able to do it. There will be a day INEC officer will not risk announcing the wrong result. you know, he will not risk it because he knows the implication. It will happen. There will be a time no judge will risk giving any type of reckless judgment. It will happen if only we remain together and do the right things. Thank you for acknowledging what is happening in Abia. If you go now, you see people who are saying Peter Obi doesn't criticize Alex for financial recklessness. He's criticizing other people, and I laugh. Go and see financial recklessness, but go and see what he's been able to do in a few months. He's been in charge. What are we asking people to do? Just do some work, you know. So people have not done anything, and they're telling you, oh, go and see what is happening in Abia. What has been happening in Abia? What has happened? This man came in with the same government that we're all quarreling with now. Go to Abia and you see a clear change, a clear direction. And that's what we're saying, that it is not how long. You can start from day one, doing the right things from day one. And it started it from day one. Everybody can see it. So thank you for acknowledging that. I assure you that's what we want to do with the entire country.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Excellency. Let's go over to Call Me Wealth. Call Me Wealth, are you there? Okay, Call Me Wealth is not there. Let's
I'm
go
here.
over to you. Okay, please, real
Yeah,
quick,
I'm
your
here.
question or submission.
Yeah, good evening, His Excellency. Thank you for always coming up to us. Thank you for giving us the voice.
Thank you.
Thank you for giving us the voice. Thank you for being the hope for the hopeless like us. One of the reasons why I stood my ground waiting for you is for me to have this kind of one-on-one conversation with you. I really want to appreciate you. Yeah, the question I want to ask you is this, sir. You knowing Nigerian mandate was stolen, and you sleeping and waking up to see how those who stole our mandate are keep running the country to the ground. How do you feel? What is the hope of the common man like me? Like you said, living this country is not the solution. And it's really tiring and frustrating. How do you feel waking up and seeing all this, please?
The hope we have is to continue to resist them, to continue to say no to all this. The hope we have is to continue saying no. I've said it repeatedly here that what I'm going through is enough for anybody to say, no, I cannot go through this again. But I'm going through it. You know, I'm at a point where, like I've repeated it several times here, I'm at a point where you wake up one day and I'll not be there. But we must resist it. We must resist it. If we don't, it will consume not just us, but future generation. We must now continue to say no, even if we are remaining just few of us, which is what they want to do now. If I tell you that the amount of money being shared today has never been shared politically in this country, what they are sharing today. And they are sharing it because they want us to run away. They are sharing it because they know they've impoverished the people. So those people who are impoverished are now busy collecting their own money in a manner where they're going to use it to show, oh, these people. So for me, no problem. I can assure you, I am there, committed to it, and everything. So do not give up. We'll be there. And if anything goes wrong, please continue. I tell people this. If you hear that anything goes wrong with me, do not join them. They will come with intimidation, they will come with fear, they will come with everything. But that will not bring change. What will bring change is that we will remain together. They will remain together. It's not that when they jail this man or kill this man, everybody runs away. I'm not going to run away. I'm in it, and I'll remain in it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Apologies, guys. We cannot take more speakers right now. We're just going to have the last person here on stage, and then we have to end the space. We've actually exceeded the amount of hours we planned to spend here. And again, I apologize. I'm getting tons and tons and tons of DMs from people, even as I'm speaking. I really apologize. I won't be able to respond right now till after the space. So over to Ibrahim. Then when you ask, Your Excellency, after Ibrahim asks, can you please answer his question and then go ahead and give your final submission?
Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Good
evening, everyone. Good evening, Parallels. But my own is not very low. You have said that we have to come together. We have to stick together. We have to be together. So I think coming together needs a small
I'm not
structure
hearing you again.
and a small leadership for us to see how we can come
Oh,
together
hold on.
to do whatever we want to do.
Ibrahim,
Hello?
can you hold on a little bit? Your Excellency, can you hear me?
Hello?
Can you hear me, sir?
I'm hearing you now.
Okay. Ibrahim is speaking next. Let's see if you can hear him.
Okay.
Ibrahim, please go ahead.
Yeah, Excellency, you've been saying that we have to come together, we have to be together, we have to work together. And working together, being together, need like a structure, and small leadership, and also what we'll be doing to keep ourselves together, the activities we're supposed to be both online and offline, how we're supposed to, that family mindset that you want us to have, what are we going to put together to bring ourselves more closer. I think Parallel Facts and Violence Space are doing an activity on a weekly basis. What else can we put together just for us to remain one family? And how is the leadership going to be? Are we still going to revert back to you? Are we supposed to select some people around us that to give us leadership, or we just continue to do what we did during the election, everybody to be on this one? Thank you.
Well, these are things that we're going to talk about and work on going forward. We must find a way to remain together, work together, like I said. But this, what you said now, is like a suggestion on things we need to do going forward. We really need to start, finding ways of remaining together, engaged, but it will be something we must do if we must be able to achieve any result that will impact and achieve where we're going, because we have a purpose. It is that purpose that will keep us together. It is that have us to have a loose coordination, maybe people in different zones, in different areas, and everything. No, it wouldn't be just referring only to me. We have to have leadership that is coordinated so that we know we are working. But if we just came out of the election, we're going to do that. We're going to be working with Labour Party, because that is where we are. And then other people who believe in what they're doing, who are not our members, We have to find a way to accommodate everybody to be able to move. But it is not something I can say to you, this is the way, this night, or this way. These are things we have to, other people will come with their different ideas. Remember what I've always said, I don't know everything. Anybody who knows everything to me is an idiot. You learn, you listen to other people. You know, I'm somebody who believes that a leader's job is to always learn, always listen. A leader must be a listener, he must be a learner, but he must be someone who is strong enough to know that you have to implement the right thing, do the right thing, stay on it, even when it's going to be a huge cost to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Excellency. Would that count as your final submission, or you still want to give a final submission, sir?
Well, let me again appeal. Kneeling down to say, please do not give up. Our country is going through a very difficult time. People are suffering. It is not easy for any country to go where over 50% of your population is living under poverty. Over almost three-quarters of your population is living under multidimensional poverty. Over 20 million of your population are students out of school. You have almost 40% youth unemployment. It is not easy. And we can't go on like this. We have no other country except this one. I'm begging all of you, do not give up on the country. Yes, people might find way to go out, but even if you go out, do not switch off on Nigeria. Remember that your people are here. We're here. We don't want to give up. Let us work as a family. Even if some of us are not there tomorrow, do not give up on Nigeria. It is the only country we have, and we can remain united. Nigeria has all it takes to be a great country. From the north to the west, to the east, to the center, God has blessed this country. All we need is to stay together and work together. I wish all of you all the best as we come to the end of the year, and wish us a great new year next year. I'm sure we'll be talking as often as possible. For the organizers of this, the ladies, you've been wonderful. You know, I don't like when I say it, men don't like it. My success as a banker, as a governor came when the women were in charge, because they pushed very hard. So I thank you people for hosting this. And I assure you, I promise before it's going to be every 2 months. It didn't happen, but next year we must do it at least every quarter. At least. It might not be every 2 months, but every quarter. And I'm going to stay engaged through Twitter, through everything. And you can always come across to me through so many people and ask questions when you need. If you're looking for me, there's so many ways you can reach me. Please, and I'll be available. Thank you, and have a wonderful night, evening, day, depending on where you're staying. God bless you. Bless your families always.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for that very wonderful final submission. Before we round up, guys, I'm going to pass the mic over to Gloria to speak briefly on parallel facts. Over to you, Gloria.
Thank you so much. I just want to say, Your Excellency, we appreciate you. More people appreciate you than those who do not. One thing we can all agree on is that you prioritize people's welfare and have left such an indelible mark on the landscape of Nigerian politics. We will continue to honor and appreciate your contributions while holding on to the belief that a new Nigeria is truly possible. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much, my people. That was a long one right there. That was Mr. Peter Obi, His Excellency, talking to every Nigerians, let me say, concerned Nigerians across the world. Thank you very much, Parafat, for putting that together. I appreciate every one of you that that started this broadcast with us. Till now, that's about 3 hours 47 minutes. Stay counting. Wow, how many leaders can actually stand, this long or stay this long with Nigerians and interact? How many? If you know anyone, please let me know, because it's only been Mr. Peter Obi that is doing this, that always come out like this and spend 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours interacting with Nigerians, taking questions and all that. This is the kind of leader that we need. Very fortunate that we missed him. I'm telling you, very fortunate. That's why we are where we are now. Until we all come together, and do the right thing, I believe we'll continue to be like this. I don't know. Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate every one of you. I'm going to post out a link for a quick submission on this. Thank you, Mother, for all Mommy Diaspora. I can see you, all you're doing. May God bless you for me. Thank you very much, Lady Eugenia. Thank you very much for the support, for the encouragement always. Thank you very much, Mr. Kingsley Ogeria here. Appreciate every one of you. Madam Irene's Finest, I can see you as well. Madam Patricia Gujumi, thank you so much. Constant, I can see you right there. I posted out a link for those of you that want to join to quickly say something about this. That's the link right there. Come in. Let's use the next 30 minutes or 1 hour to quickly talk about this so we can round up the show. I appreciate every one of you right there. I can see many of you right there. I wish I could mention many names, but unfortunately, I cannot, because a lot of people commented during this broadcast. I can say, God is my strength. Thank you very much, Madam. I can see you as well. Patience is demo there. Amaka Fojebi in the building. Thank you very much. Ebuka John Oga. Thank you. Amaka E, I can see you as well. Thank you, my wonderful people, and God will bless you now. Please help us to press on that like button, because we didn't got the time to ask for that since. But if you can do that for right now, that would be nice. Press on the like button and let's take it from here. So we're just going to cap our work with time for any of you that want to join to talk on this. Although tomorrow we'll have enough time to deliberate more on it. But if you want to talk about this, we're going to work with time. Thank you very much, my people. God bless you all. Let me start, taking my panelists. I would like to start with Mr. Okay, we have a call coming in. Let me take the call first. Love of God is my strength. Good evening to you, madam. Thanks for calling in. Please talk to us.
Let me load this thing.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone on the platform. Please let me not forget to greet everybody. I want to greet everybody on this platform today. I know the panelists, they are not there, but they are going to join us.
They are here already.
I want to thank you, Niger Wash, for all you have done. People might not praise you enough, but I know you have put so much in. It is so hard to see what is great man who has a mind of Christ, what is going through under the cover cloth that we don't know. And people, they will say, Obi, why did you do this? Obi, why did you do this? Nobody knows what this man is going through. The man must be going through fire that we don't know. We want him to be our president. We do. Everybody, we want him. We voted. We did everything for this man who has a great heart to to be our president, but it wasn't possible. My prayer for Mr. Gregory Obi is that the Lord should keep him. The Lord should look after him. He has done well. Nothing will happen to him. He has given all. Let us celebrate this great man. Let us pray for him in our closet, please. I'm begging everybody who is hearing me. This man is a great man. You know, the book of Philippians chapter 2, verse 5. The Bible says, let this man be, this mind be in you, which is also in Christ Jesus. Obi shows it. Obi exhibits it. Please, my brothers and sisters, Obi speaking today really break my heart. But I want us to not forget, no matter what, the election is over, don't forget to pray for him. Nigeria, thank you.
Thank you, ma.
Thank you for bringing this to me today.
Thank you.
I celebrate everybody.
Thank you, ma.
We're
Thank you.
standing for the good of Nigeria.
Thank you.
We'll continue. Thank you.
Thank you, ma. Thank you. All right. Before I pick another call, there is a statement from Mr. Peter Obi that I want everybody to take very seriously, though. You know, that statement, I don't know if some of you captured that. According to Mr. Peter Obi, you know, he said, you might wake up tomorrow and I will not be there.
Yes.
Please mute yourself. Mute yourself. I'm getting a feedback. You might wake up tomorrow and if I'm not there, if anything goes wrong, do not join them. I don't understand what it means by that. You know, maybe
That's very
somebody else.
prophetic, Mr. Elvis. Very, very prophetic.
Okay, you heard him, right?
I not just that. I wrote it down. It's a quote. It's a quote that will stand the test of time as long as the nation called Nigeria exists.
Okay. I just thought I should bring that in. You know, he also said, you know, other stuff he said is that when somebody passed a question to him about the Senate president, and he described the Senate president as an uncommon person. You all know I won the election, not just in Lagos, but the whole Nigeria. The uncommon people in Nigeria didn't allow it. So, you know, to be honest, I don't know how you guys allowed us to miss a man that would have changed our all lives today. I don't know, but let me allow people to talk to us. Okay, nobody's calling in right now. Caller, you have 30 seconds. Please call in because I want to go back to the panel. If any call did not come in 30 seconds, I'm going back to the panel because I already have people here waiting. I don't want us to be here for that long. I'm just going to work with time. Okay, nobody's calling in right now. Okay, let me come to the panel. Mr. Jonathan, thank you very much. Before Mr. Jonathan, thank you very much earlier on for the super chat. May God bless you. I got your super chat. Thank you so much. Guys, press on the dollar sign, press on the like button, subscribe to our channel, share the video, let our voices go far. Mr. Jonathan, please talk to us. You have 8 minutes. Please walk with your time, please. I'm timing you. Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis. I know the day has been fast spent, but it's very worth it. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you to Nigerians, that are those that are on the panel, Nigerians that are obedient, who want the good of Nigeria. All Nigerians worldwide who want the good for Nigeria. I want to thank everyone. You know, the quote that you said, you mentioned earlier, Mr. Obi said, and I quote, he said, I'm at a point now where you will wake up one day and I won't be there.
And I was actually, before he mentioned that, he had said something, with reference to that 4 times. But those were not something that are quotable, but he was saying it. I may not be there. If I am not here, continue. And when I heard it the 3rd time, I said, what? Why is he referring to this? Today's interview, we stay, this interview, this session that Mr. Obi had today, it will stand the test of time for a long, long, long time. And so many quotes from that interview that he granted today. The one you also said, he mentioned, do not join them if you hear anything happens to me. So a lot is happening that we don't even know. A lot is happening that we don't even know. So Nigerians should know that, in fact, those that are in power now, those shenanigans, those wicked, satanic set of people that they believe, they think that they can hold on to power. Please, let me remind you, you all die one day. No one is going to live forever. Most of you that are doing this rubbish, let me just call it what it is, that are, running Nigeria this way now, all these things you are doing now, there is none of you that will still be here in the next 35, 40 years. I don't believe so. Because at one point or the other, everyone, including myself, no one is going to live forever. Remember that. That whatever you do now, whatever you are doing now, and whatever opportunity that you have now to contribute to the improvement, to the betterment of Nigeria, do it. Please, if you can, just do it. This is just an appeal. Just do it. Not to go after the lives of people because of your desperation. Because I'm a strong supporter of Mr. Obi because of what he stands for, that I know they are true, that I know that these are the things that Nigeria need. It doesn't mean that I still don't have areas that I don't agree with him. Yes, I can still have 1 or 2 areas that I don't agree with him. And that is the beauty of it all. That is the beauty of living together, where you can have diverse opinions. It is not only your way or the highway. The fact that I'm not supporting you people there now does not mean that I might not have 1 or 2 things that I can say, okay, you are doing, but maybe you don't have the capacity to implement it. You will come out with it. The substance may be there, but as they say, the devil is in the details. I may still have 1 or 2 things that I agree with you. So Mr. Peter Obi, that I'm a fan supporter of him. I believe in what he stands for the betterment of Nigeria. Where will you find a leader in Nigeria, even the current so-called selected president, that he can come out as a leader? Because that, I believe that's what a leader is. That's one of the characteristics, the feature that you will see in a leader, that you can come out and stand out and face your people that you have been spending their money. It is their money you have been distributing, mind you. You have been spending it and distributing it now for the last 6 months. It is their money now that you have allocated to buy cars, to stay in the finest houses all over the country, to take yourself, to trip yourself all over the world in the name of governance, and you don't deem it fit to even come out and sit in front of them. Those that support you, those that do not support you, those that agree with your opinion, those that do not agree with your opinion, even come out and sit in front of them and let them ask you questions. You can't even do that. If you are a true leader, if you know that, and I believe that, Mr. Elvis, please, you will indulge me. I want to speak in my local dialect. Just want to say one thing in my local dialect, and I will try to interpret it. Can I go ahead?
Of course, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, in my life, there's a popular saying in Yoruba language. They will say, tí ọmọ ìyá méjì bá wọnú ilé tó bá jáde tó bá rẹ́rìn síra wọn, wọ́n ti purọ́ fúnra wọn nìyẹn. Interpretation: if two persons or two individuals that are of the same mother enter into the room and they talk to themselves, they are talking, closed door discussion, and then they come out and they are laughing and hugging each other, you know that they have lied to each other. You know that they have lied to each. They have not spoken truth to each other inside that room. And this person that is leading Nigeria now is an old man. According to your own declared age, you are almost 80, even though we know that you are almost 90. You are almost 80. So you know better that the people around you, whatever they are telling you, all of them supporting you, saying, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir, Rankadede, you should know you are an old man. An old man is a wise man, so to say. You should know that these people don't mean well for you, not all of them. If no one of them have even sit with you and say, Oga, please, let's talk to people. Let's come out and let's listen to what people have to say. You yourself, you know. But you can't. Because we are not a true leader. It is all wickedness. Who can do that? A leader that will come out ready to face questions. And I heard some questions that I know that came directly from opposition. They came to this platform, the parallel platform today, and they asked questions that are directly they are not supporters of Peter Obi. He took the questions anyways. He answered them. It might not be comfortable, but he answered them. Those questions. That's what a true leader is. That's what I will say, at least for me, I don't agree with him in everything. Especially in the area of electoral reform. I put that question. I don't know how to get there today to be able to put out my question, but I put it out. It doesn't mean that I don't agree with him, with his core policy, with his core ideology to take Nigeria to a better ground. But there are areas, with respect to electoral reforms, knowing fully well that if you go into election now, the people, the umpire there will not favor you. So why do you still want to go into an election? Why don't you campaign now seriously and vigorously that at the minimum, the president should not be the one appointing the INEC chairman and all the electoral residence commissioner? At least achieve that if you're still campaigning for election. That's my own position.
All right.
And I know
30
that
seconds.
as time goes on, thank you very much. And I know as time goes on, that's something that will come to fusion. So I just want to give it again to Mr. Obi and for every Nigeria to stand up. Nothing should happen to Mr. Gregory Peter Obi. Nothing should happen to him. Nothing should happen to Mr. Gregory Peter Obi. Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis. I really appreciate it. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Jonathan. Thanks for your wonderful submission. Before I call on the next person, unfortunately, we came from a country where you think the people are really, really there for you, but God forbid nothing happened to you. That's where you get to know that they are not really there. Yes, I just pray God Almighty protect Mr. Peter Obi, because the people have shown since the INEC ring the election or whatever that happened during the time of the election till now, that they are not really there for you. That's just the truth. So we are not ready to be freed. That is all I can see. So I just pray God protect Mr. Peter Obi, because if not, people will talk here and talk there, and then everybody will move on. And God forbid, look at Nnamdi Kanu, for example, today. He's still in prison. Everybody that making mouth every day, that some of them even come here to insult us, they could not do anything. Even since the Supreme Court remanded Nnamdi Kanu till now. There's some satanic people that come to this platform to insult me. Talk for Nnamdi Kanu, or like Nnamdi Kanu. We don't see anything where they don't do. So this is Nigerians for you. They talk and talk and talk and have so much power behind the keyboard, and that is it. Literally, they cannot really be there for you. So my advice to Mr. Peter Obi is to protect himself. But hoping on Nigerians, is it the same Nigerian that I know? I don't know. With all that, me, just a common me, when it comes to comparison between Mr. Peter Obi, a common me, what may I do here every blessed day? I know how people are treating me, both on air and off air. People come to my platform every single day to try to hurt my platform. People come to my email, my WhatsApp, every of my platform to rain curses on me like I'm doing anything bad just by asking for a better Nigeria. That's all. I'm not asking for nothing else. I've never taken money from anybody. I've never done anything fraudulent in my entire life. I've never engaged in any criminal activities in my entire life. All I'm asking for is a better Nigeria. That's all. But some people still find it offensive that you're asking for a better Nigeria. It's baffling. It's really, really baffling. Let me call on Give Us a Mandate. Thank you very much, my brother, for joining us. Good evening to you. Please talk to us. You have 8 minutes. Thank you.
Well, good evening to you. Hopefully, you can hear me clearly, and then the panelists and people in the comment section and Nigerians all over the world can actually hear us loud and clear. It's a new day for Nigeria. It's a bright day for Nigeria. It's a great day for Nigeria. It's a joyful day for Nigeria. It's a peaceful day for Nigeria. It's a celebration day for Nigeria. It's a happy moment for Nigeria. It's a time to rejoice for Nigeria. You may wonder and say, what's this man saying? Why should Nigeria rejoice? Or why should Nigeria celebrate? And why should Nigerians either jump for joy, go on the street, loudly pop champagne and all that? Nigerians rejoice because you won the election. You won the election. Your president just spoke to you today. And when you compare what we have compared to what they said they have, you have everything to rejoice. And I know for someone like Madam Jesus, the love of God is my strength, your tears was a tears of joy, because of the fact that you had your president spoke. Now take that to the Western world. The ideology and then the personality and then the guiding principle of this man just shows the fact that character, number one, is very, very sacrosanct, very, very important in our lives as human. Character. People will address you based on your character. People will address you based on your character. Then number two, capacity. Now, when he talks about capacity comes in different form. There is intellectual capacity, there is moral capacity, there is financial capacity, there is leadership capacity, and you can mention and continue to mention. So before that man said capacity, he knows what he was talking about. He mentioned capacity. Then we talk about compassion. Now, compassion also come in different form. Now, you now take that to the criminal selected by Mahmoud Yakub. You see, they are just two parallel lines that can never meet. And so it begs me to, I want to ask people question. When you tell Nigerians, don't abuse these people, I wonder why people say don't abuse these people, don't abuse them. Oh, you cannot abuse. Come on, You cannot abuse them. Come on. I beg you. Don't come up with that anymore. This guy is destroyed the fabrics of everything. People are still dying in their numbers because of the actions of these wicked people in power. People are suffering. Some don't even know what they wait for Christmas because of the actions of some people. The People's House in River State was brought down because of the actions of some people. And you're saying don't abuse them. Come on. Sometimes it bothers me. But you know what? The man that you and I voted for, that we stand behind, just spoke today. And you see in him empathy, you see love, and you see compassion. You see empathy, you see love, and you see the man with great and moral intelligence. And a quote, and I say here, when they take Peter Obi away, other people will take over from where I stop. A quote from Peter Gregory Obi. Peter Obi won the election. Mahmoud Yakub gave it to a criminal because he was paid. Was he here today speaking? Will be here again tomorrow speaking. Because of what? We've seen the truth, we know the truth, and nothing can be done against the truth. The only thing I will say here, apart from Mahmoud Yakub rigging the election, I know some people voted for the criminal. Some people voted for the man that forfeited 460,000 US dollars. Some people voted for the man that had double identity. If you vote for this man and you heard what Peter Obi said today, what Mr. Peter, His Excellency, Mr. Peter Gregory Obi, my president, you heard what he said today. Compare that to the person that you vote for. And tomorrow come and give me an answer. If you regret your action or you still live by your action. But let me leave you with this word. The evil that you support today, the fact that you voted a criminal drug baron, and the country is how it is today, whatever Nigeria is suffering today, you and your generation will suffer it hundredfold because you deny the people their rights. You deny the people their joy, and you deny the people their mandates. You voted this criminal drug baron, you're still supporting them, you're still after them. Go listen to the space today, head by parallel fact. Tomorrow can't give us answer. But Mr. Peter, we're still here supporting you, we'll still support you. All I can say is, Nigerians, let's keep holding forth. There is still more work to be done. There is still a lot of work to be done. But you know what? If Mr. Peter Gregory Obi is not giving up hope, why should we give up? Let's keep the flag flying. Let's keep the vehicle moving. There is hope for the nation. There is hope for the people. All I can say to you is, Peter said, and I quote, do not allow them to divide you, either with religion or bigotry. He said, they do that for their selfish agenda. And once that is achieved, then they go. So Nigerians, you've had Mr. Peter. Let's keep on keeping on. We shall see what we shall see. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Give us a mandate. Thanks for your submission. All right, guys, press on the like button. Let me call on Mr. Kenny. Thanks for just joining us. Please, I would like you to quickly talk to us 5 minutes so that we can round up, sir. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Mr. Evans, good evening, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Long time. I know that I'm not active,
No, that's
but
fine. That's wonderful.
I'm
Did
not
you manage
active.
to listen to Mr. Peter Obi?
Yeah. I listened to him when I was working. Just managed to listen to him. I
Okay.
really picked a lot of things from there. And I'm really happy about Mr. Peter Obi not giving up on the new Nigeria. Likewise, I will not give up on a new Nigeria. But my problem is that how are we going to achieve it? With this set of leaders we have, INEC, the Electoral Act, I spoke about it the other day, on this channel that with this Electoral Act, with this INEC, we go nowhere. Peter Obi has the people in Nigeria behind him. But these politicians, they can just, after we run around, dance, do everything, they'll just write the result. Okay, this who will be the next president. Simple. Nothing we can do. But until we have this electoral act change, before the Nigeria people can have full confidence on the new Nigeria. For me, I'm not giving up. I will always do what I have to do on my side. Like when I listened to Aisha Yusuf today, she said something that if maybe like 1 million Nigeria can be, every year 12,000 naira a year. In 1 year, we know how many billions of naira we have. With that, we can use it to, do any election to sponsor anybody that believes in what we believe on. We can sponsor that person, whereby that person will not deviate from what we believe on. But my fear is this electoral, this INEC, not even the judiciary, because if you get everything right in the pool, we don't have to go to the courts to say or anything. We don't have to until we get everything right. That the new Nigeria will start from there. But how are we going to do it? This is just my problem. This is my question. Now we're just listening to all those things. I want to see who we ask that question. I don't know if somebody asked that question before I came into the space, but the time being there, nobody asked the question. This is just I wish I had the opportunity. I would have asked our president about this issue. So this is my problem. This is what is disturbing me always. So I really appreciate you, and I greet everyone, the panelists. I greet every one of you. I say, you guys, you should have a great new week. I said, thank you, Mr. Elvis. I appreciate what you have been doing. Although I'm not active, I'm not on the panel, but each time I have opportunity, even when I will
Thank
close
you.
from work, I always listen. I say, thank you so much. I really
Thank you so much,
appreciate you. I appreciate you.
Mr. Kenny.
I
Thank you very
appreciate
much
you.
for your submission. Thanks for coming
And
around.
I don't know, please. I don't know if I sent you message on WhatsApp. I want to request something before on WhatsApp. I don't know if I can send you message on
Yeah.
WhatsApp.
Yes, of course. You have our WhatsApp, right?
Yes, sir. Okay, okay. I will send you message now. 'Cause I need something from you before. You
Uh,
know. Yes,
okay,
sir.
send your message. No problem. Okay.
Okay, I will send
Send
it
it to
now
the
through
WhatsApp
WhatsApp
number.
now.
All right.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, my people, I appreciate every one of you. We've come to the end of this broadcast. I just want everybody to go to bed and digest what Mr. Peter Obi said today. Everything, because tomorrow I would like us to extensively talk about this. think about it. Come up tomorrow by God's grace, 6 p.m. Come tell us what you think about this long 3 hours plus meeting with Mr. Peter Obi. Think about the current situation of Nigeria. Think about everything. And think about the way forward as well. Where are we going from here? And let's talk tomorrow. I think it's very, very important. A lot of people have given up in Nigeria. Even Mr. Peter Obi is aware. He was urging people, please don't give up. I've talked about this so many times on this platform that a lot of people have given up. I don't blame them. Anybody that's given up on Nigeria right now, I don't blame them. It's very, very sad. It is because you and I, those of us that live abroad, because you and I have second option, that's why you see that, we are brave, or rather, we can just speak without don't have anything to bother us. But the people in Nigeria have only one option. Whatever they see, they take. Whatever they see, they eat. It's very sad. But meanwhile, let's talk about this tomorrow. Thank you very much, everybody that joined us today. I appreciate every one of you. Thank you very much, Mr. Peter Obi, for all you're doing, for what you're still going to do prospectively. We love you. We respect you a lot. You are a great leader. I really do hope we have more people like you that will come out in the future, because we need to have more people like Mr. Peter Obi for Nigeria to work. But at this moment, he's the only man. To me, I don't know about you, he's the only man. At least if I can see two of him, I'll be mentioning the other name, but he's the only man. We have a long way to go. I just hope that people can prove us wrong. Yes, maybe to prove people like us that have this kind of perception, prove us wrong that no, we don't have a long way to go. But as of now, right now, if I have to say, I will say that we have a long way to go in Nigeria. I've learned a lot to know that in Nigeria, we don't like good things. Even in most cases that we preach it, but we still don't like it. Even in most cases that we preach it, we still don't support it. Even in most cases that we preach it, we still don't encourage it. Good things. Some of you might think that, oh, what is this saying? But digest it on your own. Do you get to understand what I'm saying? Yeah. We don't like good things. We might just say it. Yeah, I like it. But you don't encourage it. You don't support it. I pray God protect Mr. Peter Obi. I just pray. You see the way Mandela, the way everything Mandela did in South Africa, till tomorrow his name is still everywhere. It's only in Nigeria, God forbid, a very important person like Mandela will lose his life in Nigeria. It's only in Nigeria you see people will drink 33-10 beer to forget about everything. I'm telling you, we are easily distracted. Nigerians are easily distracted. You know why? If you want to doubt me, let's talk about Fela Olanikoputi, if I can't pronounce the last name. Fela supposed to be somebody that they're celebrating today in Nigeria, because everything that you and I are facing today, Fela talked about it already in the past. Everything that you and I are suffering today. It already talk all the future finish, and we are on it now. But how many of us celebrated Fela today? That is Nigeria for you. That's just Nigeria for you. But you see, Mandela is not just being celebrated in only South Africa. Mandela is celebrated and referenced to across the whole world. I pray God give Mr. Peter Obi long life and good health. God forbid anything happen to this man. I don't trust my fellow Nigerians. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I'm speaking like this. I don't. Yeah. Even me that come to this broadcast every day, how many people really support me? I beg people to like my video, for example. Yeah, I beg. I have to beg. Some people just come here. If you not beg first, I'm not going to press that like. Then I have to beg. Please press like. I will beg and beg and beg before they will press it. Is that the same Nigeria that... you see, I don't know. I have to beg. I have to beg. Please share. In my own platform, we have a group platform. I will post everything we do here every day. I post it on the group platform first. 98% of the people in the group platform don't care to come and like. They don't even acknowledge what I write on the group. That's the painful part of it. They don't even acknowledge it. It's only 1 or 2, 3 people that always acknowledge it. People like God's Power and 1 or 2 others that acknowledge when I post it there. The rest, they are not interested. This is the same Nigeria that we want to change, right? The same Nigeria is very sad. Very, very sad. We have a long way to go. This is why I say all the time that when we blame the government all the time, even though we have the best government today, do you think government can do everything? The government can change our mentality. The government can remove the evil in us. No. So if we are blaming the government, we should also be blaming the people because we don't like ourselves. Yeah. It's only in abroad that you see a Nigerian man is a manager or a director in a company. He will prefer to employ and give work to other people than to give to a fellow Nigerian. Is that the same? If we really want to talk about this, we have a long way to go. Where is the support? Nnamdi Kanu makes me to understand that most Nigerians are just there talking. No, don't try it. Nothing will happen to Nnamdi Kanu. May they arrest him first and see what will happen. The Nigerian government cannot do nothing. They can't do this, blah, blah, blah. From day one till now, I experienced everything that happened to Nnamdi Kanu. That is, I witnessed everything that happened to Nnamdi Kanu. I broadcast everything, starting from the day one when he was first arrested, when they invaded his house, everything. Mouth, all of the your hole. Till now, Nnamdi Kanu is languishing away. Even Supreme Court constantly say now, no, we have to keep him more for more trial. Everywhere is quiet and silent. Nobody is talking. Nobody hold placard. Now say for street. Waiting at the protest for say, see, nobody. Then we have some satanic set of people where they tell us, hey, if they come out, now Nigerian government go kill them. You see, a government will just start killing people just because you are protesting. Even though Nigerian government bad, but I never believe say the bad rich like that. Say your placard, you begin to shoot you. You don't carry weapon. Eh? You don't carry weapon, you don't carry anything. So this is a country where you do things, people clap for you, people do this, but they're not really there for you. It's the truth. We should say it how it is. I know what I'm doing here every day, I'm just doing it because I'm doing my part. And for those of you that is genuinely supporting me directly on this broadcast, off broadcast, I want to say thank you. I'm grateful. I'm very, very grateful. You don't know how much it means to me to know that, oh, somebody think about me today. Thank you so much. You don't know how much it means to me. It's just like somebody wrote me yesterday and said a lot. I was so happy. What about those of you that will just send me money, say, Nigeria Wash, use it to buy coffee, use it to buy this? I'll say, can you imagine? Thank you. May God bless you all. Stand for what is right. Death is inevitable. We have one life to live. Live it well. Yeah. Stand for what is right, regardless of what, even though everybody is leaving you behind, stand for what is right. And that is what Mr. Peter Obi is doing right now. Remember somebody asking the same question. Why can't you just join these people to strengthen and work and make the economy work and all that? You see how he answered? We'll elaborate more on this tomorrow holistically. We're going to take pen and paper and bullet point every single questions and how he responded to them. I appreciate you all. Thank you very much, Mommy Diaspora. Yes, it's all about lip service. That's what I get, especially me. I can, because if what Peter Obi is passing through now, because he's a leader, he might not want to go straight to the point, but for mine, I can say it. I beg people here, like my video. I have to beg. Some people come here with their boba and shokoto, just say, if you not beg, I'm not depressed, never. It's all good. But should we blame government now because you not press my like? No, that is why I'm saying that it's not only the government that can change Nigeria, we the people. Maybe that's why they take advantage of us, because they know we are divided. We don't even love ourselves. Yeah, we don't love ourselves. Sunday Igboho. How many months where Sunday Igboho spent for prison? How many people did you see went on the streets to say me there? Okay, let's assume say nobody want to go for protest for Nnamdi Kanu. As soon as they talk, they go kill you now. How many people go for protest for Sunday Igboho until they can't release them the other day? These are people who put themselves on the front line for your matter. You people are not interested. Sometimes we come here, we do a broadcast. There's so many things I don't want to talk about. I just pray God protect Mr. Peter Obi for us. Yeah, I pray God protect him. Somebody is calling in this time. I think I don't really like once I say I'm leaving, people will be calling in. You'll be watching scenes, people, please stop this. If you are watching and you know that we now say, okay, we want to end the show, don't call in anymore. Don't try to join the panel anymore. Don't put me in a state of guilt. I'll not be feeling I didn't pick your call or I didn't allow you in. You'll be watching scenes. Then you just call me like 1 minute to finish. It's not right. It's not right. Once we say we are finishing, if you know, this is one of the things I'm saying. If you want to join the panel to support me, join me. Immediately I post out a link. Don't join me after I don't spend 3 hours. Then 10 minutes to go, you want to join me. That's not, I don't know. I don't think that's a support. I know the people that join me from 1 minute as I post my link, they don't dare here with me. I depend on them. Yes, that's the truth. I depend on them, because if they are not here with me, and if they decided to wait, how they wait till after 3 hours or 4 hours before you come in, how for they run the broadcast? Maybe I would have been the only person that would talk and end the show. And they have been consistent. If I mention name now, some people come to events and I don't mention their name. They will not know the person why they talk. They are consistent. They are here. As I post the league, they here with me. For me, I prefer you to be here with me on time and leave on time if you have where you're going, than you now come in after like 4 hours or 3 hours. You are watching me, you are listening to me, then you are calling in when we want to finish. It doesn't work like that. Please. I appreciate every one of you. Let's end the show. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, Mother of all, Mommy Diaspora. Thank you for all you do. I appreciate you so much. Thank you very much, Divine Cross. I can see right there, Peg Modi, Lady Gina. Thank you very much. Thank you, Social Metal TV, Charles Modi. Thank you very much, Madam Ahmed Bright. I can see you. Social Metal TV, thank you very much once again. I appreciate every one of you. Amaka E, thank you. Love God is my strength, and many, many others right there. Thanks for joining us today. And thank you very much for those of you that managed to join the channel, the panel today. Mr. Jonathan Kingsley, thank you very much. I appreciate you. Give us a Monday. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Kenny, thank you very much. I appreciate you as well. Join us tomorrow so that we can elaborate, talk about this whole thing together. Have enough time to talk about it tomorrow. My people, I appreciate you all. Have a good night, and I'll see you guys again by tomorrow by 6 p.m. For those of you that are going to be playing back this video later on, please like our videos, share our videos, let our voices go far, subscribe to our channel, hit the notification bell so that you can join our interactive session. Let's communicate. Look at your comment. I respond to you. I believe it's more fun that way. But if you don't hit the notification bell, you might not be notified whenever I'm on air. Thank you very much, my people. Have a good night.